Okay. Good morning, afternoon, evening. Good time zone. Welcome to the stream. Dima, you have to start us off with a Djinn and that emote. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully everyone's doing well. Hi. Hi, Fire Panda. How's everyone doing? We are playing Gods of Victory NIKKE today. Again. We're going to be diving into archives and going over New Year, New Sword. Because I haven't played it on my account. It's a funny story. This event... Eating sushi? Nice. What type of sushi? You're with the fam. Hello to the Fire Panda fam. This event is what convinced me to play Gods of Victory NIKKE in the first place. It's Father's Day, fair enough. How NIKKE started for me was Coco Bro basically fed me Goddess of Victory, like the Goddess Squad events over time. He showed me Red Ash at first, so I got to see Red Hood's event. Then after that, he showed me Overzone. So emotional bricks back to back. Then the third thing he showed me was New Year, New Sword, which is what officially convinced me to start playing NIKKE. I started the game around Lionheart, so that was after New Year, New Sword. I think it was an event directly after it, so I never actually played it on my own account. So I know the story. I'm gonna give myself a little refresher, and for those who haven't seen it, you get to see it for the first time. My dad is leaving tomorrow, but we have spider roles and other roles. The roles are good. Personally, my favorite are the nigiris, so the ones with like a slab of rice of something on top, but the rolls are also good. I don't remember what the name of the roll was that I like. It was a spicy one. The tuna salmon rolls are also really good. There's like loaded salmon rolls. I don't want them now. Anyways. NIKKE as a journey started with the Goddess Squad, and I've loved the Goddess Squad since. I'm very invested in their lore. Depending on how long we go with New Year, New Sword, we might do Lionheart too, because for me, that's my back-to-back of how it started. We'll see how long it goes. New Year, New Sword tends to be one of the semi-longer ones. It's not a super long event, but there's a lot of content. You don't love those? Fair enough. Rising Sign is horny bonk. I like any type of seafood, mostly. I feel like there's some type of seafood I wouldn't like, but most of them I like. And updates for next week, I suppose. We'll see what happens next week. Like usual, there isn't much planned. Apparently I'm being yoinked on Monday and maybe Thursday or Friday. Yesterday was a mental health break for me. That's the first time I took one of those since I started streaming, by the way. I've had breaks before because I was on trips, but that was the first time I was just chilling and just chose to step back a bit. I'm not feeling 100% today either, but I want to stream, so anyways. You're gonna go because even on good cell, Twitch doesn't work without Wi-Fi. Yeah, Twitch be like that. Before we go into the game, we have another episode of the animated series, so we're gonna be doing that first. Let's switch over here. Where'd my tabs go? There's one tab. And open browser. Audio. I'm gonna have to whip out Twitch on my phone again. Where is the app? Whip that out. Okay. And I put the game into inventory so no one talks in my ears. Y'all can't hear it, but Libby is talking in my ear right now. Full screen that. And hopefully everyone's audio is good. This is episode 3, so if you haven't seen the other 2, you're gonna be a little lost. If you haven't played the game in the first few chapters, you're also gonna be a little lost. I feel like everything we do with NIKKE needs a spoiler warning of some kind. So pretty. I'm still looking at the blonde in the very right corner. It's like, I think that's Ruby, but the hair doesn't fit. Hmm. Dora. Or Eden. This is the first time we were in Eden. Okay, so he drugged us. Very pretty. The fact that she picked up gardening from Pina. Did she just openly say she'd try to poison us just to see if we were smart enough? It's the commander. Of course he's gonna drink it. Hmm. Just downing that shit. Hmm. We read her like a book. Can't hear any audio. It should be in the correct audio channel. Here. Yeah, the browser audio is open. It's set to it. Hmm. Let me try something. Over here. OBS is showing its gaming audio. One moment. Refresh audio. Is it doing this again? What now? Y'all hear it now?
The tea brewed from this fruit seems to make people.
Okay, I'll let it play for the audio. Or get cut out the part without it.
It might even help with insomnia. Let's call it.
I'll sip on the water in the meantime.
Paradise. Thank you. It seems I've gained some useful information. Oh? Seems it can muddle memories as well. How interesting. Do you still remember? I sent you an invitation to a tea party in Eden. But I didn't expect you to show up so quickly. How naive of you.
Chat, would you drink tea made by Dorothy?
Lately, I've been growing some plants found on the surface. I've been brewing tea with the fruits, stem, and petals of the plant. It brings me such a sense of tranquility. These are tea leaves I cultivated.
Would it kill you?
Each has its own.
Some of them are poisonous, so maybe.
Properties. However, a few of them are extremely dangerous. Some carry poisons that are fatal to humans. As for which are safe, I suppose that's for you to decide.
If killed, then yes, but you won't know until you drink it.
This feels less like a tea party, and more like a test of poisons, wouldn't you say?
Drink all the tea. You're gonna be going through a lot of tea. Sleepy tea either way.
On the surface to fend for ourselves. This tea was made by our own hands, by those who barely managed to survive on the surface.
Damn it, Bonk.
A more apt description would be tea made by the abandoned.
Long-term nap.
Well then, make your choice.
Yeah, either it could be drugged, or you're gonna die.
This tea I just brewed for you.
That's not
It will
Pog.
taste better than the first cup for certain. However, I can't guarantee what will happen after you drink it.
You two are gonna be like the commander. You just gonna down that shit without thinking. Rest sounds good.
What a fool. Tell me, what does the tea taste like?
Am I the only one looking at the
You can
desserts
feel
and
the
thinking
brewer's
they
love and
taste
longing
good?
in the floral notes? It has a taste that cannot be concealed by lies.
Hello Sam, how you
I still
doing?
love humans. Your subjective assumption is too far removed from reality.
There's another Degen.
You said this tea tastes bitter at first. But the sweetness that follows lingers as an aftertaste. Like a perilous journey that ultimately leads to paradise. All right. That's all for today. You should leave now, Your Grace.
Descriptions are to a T. God damn it. You good? You reinstalled GTA 5 on your PS3. You're gonna become a menace in GTA?
Could be made after just one cup of tea. Love and longing. Then, the name of this tea shall be...
Eden. I don't remember. They do bring back the tea at some point. It was in the summer event where she brought a team that she named herself. Maybe it was that. They might be referencing that. I don't remember the name that they said it was. Do I have anything at the end? No. Okay, there's your audio bit. Let's do that. You know, every dialogue, word by word, you think you've easily spent more than 3,000 hours on that shit. Jesus. You're ready for GTA 6. Are you gonna tease the return? God damn it, or we just losers, Joy. I'd rather suck cock than smoke weed, and I've done both. Trevor Phillips. Wonderful. Let's clear. Boop that out of existence. Boop this into existence. Why is my audio capture broken now? Game? Eh. I think it's working now. There's just issues everywhere. OBS and audio today are having a fit. Does Kaka just say we can quote her as well? God damn it. I was just reading it. I can actually say it if you want me to. I don't care. Let me just get these tabs out of my face first. There we go. You want me to actually say it? I have a DJ face on too. Weed is a loser's drug. I'd rather suck cock than smoke weed. And I've done both. There, you can have that as a clippable moment. Trevor definitely used teeth on y'all. There, it's like fun. Horny bonk. Okay, we are in the game. Let's get rid of a few boxes first. Rip these open. There's no point in keeping them around. Keep anything with a timer on it. That's about it. Okay, we have one high quality access record. And we lost it. That was the worst outcome we could have gotten. We still have a friendship poll though. You never know. Page Moran. I think I need one more. It's either one more or three more. I don't remember what order she's at. Huh. And we also have a 10 poll here. Let's rip that. An anise in summer. It's not summer anise though. There you go. Who is it? Who is gracing our door today? I do not care who it is. If they're on the list, I need more of them. And we got Lazion. Gravity. Is that the last one I need? Oh, we're missing Annis here. Wonderful. We got 2 Neon instead. That might be... Yeah, Privity's max now. We don't need her on the list. Okay, so we have the maid duo, we have... Let's organize this a bit. We have Best Day to Best Day. We need Arcana. What else do we need more of? No. Could get more Miranda, maybe after Arcana. No. Probably more Lane. She's part of the shotgun team. Maybe more of her. Neon. Yes, Neon has been mentioned. We also need more Neon. Just because you're here? Yes. Indeed. She felt your presence in the air. The others up to date? I think so. I would like to get the Idol Duo eventually, but not exactly our goal currently. Okay. And that is Core 7. Now from here on out, if I ever get Privity again, she is memeing me, because I don't need her now. Where's that put her? Right next to Neon. Core. Yes, Core. Okay. I have not done my ARC daylights yet. That is an issue for later. We are heading into archives after I get my 3% because that's annoying. I was trying to blast through the scenes before stream, but the game crashed. The reason why it took like 5 minutes for me to start stream is because the game crashed while I was doing stuff in the back. So that's fun. At least hopefully it doesn't crash during. I'm staring at you, NIKKE. Don't crash. I was just going through combat notes and it decided to commit the die. Guess you've seen it all. I didn't even get there halfway, I think. Where'd it go? Somewhere down here. There it is. Enter this. What I'm gonna do is just go through the records that I've activated already, then continue from where it crashed. So we're gonna be seeing combat in between. The New Year New Sword, if you have not seen this before, this was the New Year's event before I joined the game, so I think that was year 1. That was the first year this game was out, I think. No, it was second year. First year was Julia's New Year event. This is the second New Year's. Because this is after Red Ash. Yes, yes, I think. Is that correct? Time doesn't make any sense. I'm losing track of the numbers. It's the second New Year's event, though. So if you joined after Red Ash, it's possible you've seen this. If not, probably haven't seen this. Combat notes, worst case scenario, flip the table, crash the game. Exactly. So for those who like Scarlet, this is her backstory. That Ash, though. God damn it. If you like depression, welcome on in. If you don't like depression or emotional damage, you're in the wrong place. Let's start. Y'all having a good time? This is also when they announced her gacha skin. I forgot this was a thing. No one really uses noise anymore. She kind of fell off in terms of a burst 1 healer, but that's her gacha skin. Very fancy. To bring in the new year, a small concert is being held in the outpost. Yay! Hello, Neon. You're the coolest, Noise. This is before their upgrades, if that wasn't obvious. All the NIKKEs from the various squads have gathered under one roof. The counters... Okay, why is the text behind by one? Aegis, made for you. The text is behind by one. Happy Zoo, 777. ACPU, the Carronades? No one ever says their actual squad name. The Carronades. Even Unlimited. How's the past year for everyone? We've all been battered by crushing waves that have nearly been swept away by blustering snowstorms. Sweet Carronade. Explosions. Speaking of the Carronades, they have a very depressing backstory that we haven't covered yet. That's the other winter event. We have to do that at some point. Despite that, you all made it through. You've all been through a lot this year. So have I. I encountered all sorts of obstacles, but I overcame them, just like all of you. So, I'd like to thank the person who stuck with me the entire time. Through all the hardships and the rough patches. Producer. Noise descends from the stage and approaches me. I feel like I'm in danger. I want to thank you for helping me get through all the difficulties this past year. Noise hands me a flower. Aw. Thank you. This is for you. I hope you will remain a part of my life in the coming year. Oh. That is a declaration of war, ma'am. Oh no. After giving me a brief kiss on the cheek, Noise heads back up on the stage. Noise, what are you? Let's keep the good vibes going, everyone. On to the next song. Noise, you just sentenced me to death. You should go wash your face, Commander. Yeah, exactly. Pronto. I'll hold on to this flower for you. You mean destroy it? Actually, I can help you scrub your face if you want. How about I go with you? Do you need me to help as well, Master? As the counters start to bicker amongst each other, I feel like we're starting to draw attention from the rest of the crowd. It's okay, I'll go alone. I'd be safe to retreat before we draw any more unwanted attention. Claim to life is crazy. She's bold for that. In order to take a breather from the intensity of the concert, I decide to take a walk in the empty park before going back in. As I'm walking, I hear someone call out to me. Leaving so soon? The concert is still going strong. Scarlet. The random fact for those who play NIKKE on the English side, her Japanese name is actually a bit different. Or I suppose her original name. It's not Scarlet, it's Gurren. Which translates to a flower, I believe, but like a scarlet flower is what it translates to. I guess they didn't like how Gurren sounded in the English side. Because Gurren makes more sense once you see her sister's name, which is Rose. The hat wouldn't hold soup as well as Nayata's. Nah, it wouldn't. I mean, if you flip it over, it kind of looks like a sake cup, doesn't it? I guess it fits more for her. You got soup bowl and we got a sake cup. 'Tis a beautiful night. Have you been well, my lord? So she's just here. What are you doing here? Tonight is the last night of the year, is it not? To drink alone would be such a waste. So I sneaked myself in hopes of enjoying a drink with Lee. I heard the blithe tunes echoing through the streets and it captured me. So I stopped looking for Lee but for a moment. We're just gonna ignore the fact that this is in the arc. I'm pretty sure this isn't the outpost because we have the concert hall in the park, right? We always see this scene in the arc. She's in the arc. We're ignoring that fact. For a while, I was drinking here while taking in the music. In other words, you were drinking alone. I suppose thou could frame it in such a way, yes. But no matter. Didn't know the arc was built like that. Like in a way where she can just waltz in. I live my life according to the vagaries of my heart, and wherever it may take me. Sounds like life unencumbered, or sounds like the philosophy of a layabout. Sounds like life unencumbered. I knew that would understand. Forsooth, 'tis a life where freedom reigns. Rappy. Commander, I suggest you run. The other NIKKEs found out about Noise kissing you, and they're riled up about it. They don't want to be bested by her, and they're out to find you. And your cheek. And this is particularly, Commander, where are you? Are you at the outpost? Annis? But, Commander, you got to run before they catch you. If anyone lays a finger on you, I will kill them myself. Eh. What news?
坊ちゃんは今日もお嬢ちゃんたちに愛されて。
It would appear, my lord, thou have captured the heart of many a fair maiden.
困っているようだな。
You seem to be in quite a bind. Thank you for the observation, Scarlet. A little bit, yes.
どこでもいいから逃げたいといった顔だな。
Glass of Billy at you. How you doing? Hopefully you're doing well. You're peeking in. Hi, Gaga. Hi, Achille. Looks to me that thou require a place of refuge. You're doing well, how are you? I'm doing decent. I'm existing. We're currently going through one of the New Year's events that NIKKE had in the past. Doing a little recap. A refresher. For myself, mainly. For others, it might be the first time they're seeing this.
どうだい?
How about it?
私と一緒に日の出でも見に行かないか?
Take care, Kaka. I will. And taking care of myself, I took a mental break yesterday. We're back today, though. Would thou be partial to viewing the sunrise with me? Indeed. But why the sunrise?
そう、日の出だ。
Many people bring in the new year
新年は日の出を見ながら迎えるものであろう?
by watching the sunrise. I don't think Americans really do that. That seems to be more of an Asian thing. I've never done that before, actually. I kind of want to. Watching the first sunrise of the year, that sounds romantic. Okay, where should we go?
本物の日の出を見るならどこに行くべきだい?
Where else would you go?
もちろん
To see a real sunrise.
地上だ.
The surface. Not the first time we've been to the surface of just one of them. Carefully staying out of sight of the other NIKKEs roaming the outpost, Scarlet and I make our way to the lift. Okay, so he snuck in through the outpost. Yeah, that makes more sense.
無事に頬を守りエレベーターに乗ることができたな.
Thine cheeks remain unsullied further, at least for now. Thank you for your help.
そういえば何を持っているのだい?
Right tell, what is that in your hand? I raised the flower that Noise gave to me. Oh, this? Someone gave it to me as a present.
それはバラだな.
Is that a rose?
成果ではなさそうだ. 造花だろうか?
Surely, it does not seem to be genuine, but rather artificial. I believe so, yes.
久しぶりに見たの.
It's been many a moon since I laid my eyes on such an object.
いくら地上を歩き回っていてもバラの種を見かけず.
No matter how extensive my wanderings on the surface, I have never found a rose.
諦めていたが.
I was on the verge of giving up.
まさかこうしてまた見ることができるとは.
Yet here it has appeared in my life. Do you like roses?
私ではない. 姉さんが好きな花だ.
Not particularly, but my sister had an affinity for them. You had a sister?
坊ちゃんに言っていなかったか?
Yes, I did.
いたのだよ.
Have I never told you this?
ずっと昔のことさ.
It was a very long time ago. I'm sorry.
なぜ謝るのだ?
There's nothing to be sorry for.
昔のことだと言っただろ? 悲しさも風と共に過ぎ去った.
As I said, it was a long time ago. Time heals all wounds and washes away all sadness. I'm not sure about that. I'm pretty sure if Scarlet found out about Rose in the current story, she would not be fine. She would not be mentally stable saying that.
着いたようだな.
We have arrived.
では日の出が美しく見える場所に行くとしようか。
Shall I take you to a place where the view of a sunrise is unparalleled?
ここからまっすぐ2時間くらい歩けばいい。
From here, all you must do is proceed straight for 2 hours. Yeah, just a measly 2 hours. 2 hours!
そんなに嫌そうな顔をしないでおくれ。
Do not be discomposed, my lord.
苦労した分それだけのものが見られるぞ。
The more difficult the journey, the greater the rewards. Sure, Scarlet. Scarlet closes her eyes and feels the bitterly cold breeze brush up against her face.
やはり年の瀬の風は冷たいな。
The winds are bitingly cold this time of year.
ちょうど今頃だったか。
Yes, it was around this time.
年が明ける前だったから。
Yes, before the new year. What are you referring to?
いや、こちらの話だ。
Nothing.
ずっと昔の出来事を思い出したのだ。
I am merely recalling some things that happened long ago.
君は近接戦闘部隊というのを聞いたことがあるかね？
Have you ever heard of the melee squad? Melee squad?
初めて聞いたという顔だね。
Time won't heal shit if you don't face the issue first, exactly. Like, you can ignore it for as long as you want. You can cope with it not existing in your brain, but eventually it's gonna come back and haunt you. That's how all trauma works. You can't just shove it under a rug. Unfortunately. Judging from the look on your face, I would say it is the first time you have heard of it.
仕方のないことかもしれぬな。
I suppose that is possible.
アークのお嬢ちゃんたちを見るにもう生産していないようだ。
From what I've seen in the arc, they don't seem to produce NIKKEs for the melee squad anymore.
そういう意味では成功したわけか。
I suppose in a way that's a small success. Were you part of the squad by any chance?
そうだ。
That I was.
まあ私の武器を見れば予想できるであろう。
I suppose my sword is a fairly obvious clue, is it not? I thought you said you had a mind switch and you didn't remember anything.
そうだ。
To be precise,
記憶のほとんどを失ってしまったというのが正しい。
I lost the majority of my memories.
だが
Not all of them.
いくら思考転換を繰り返しても
Even though I had to endure multiple mind switches.
決して忘れられない強烈な記憶がある。
There are still certain memories.
私にとってはその時の記憶がそれだ。
Which can be never forgotten. What kind of memories do you still remember?
ほう、聞きたいのかね？
Would you care for me to regale you with the tale? I'm dying to know.
坊ちゃんは正直でいいの。
I do appreciate your candor.
いいだろう。ちょうど長く静かな道のりだ。
This will do just fine. Our walk will be long.
思い出話を語るのも悪くなかろう。
That would not be so bad an idea to reminisce.
どこから話そうか。
Where shall I begin this tale?
よし、ここからにしよう。
Alright, I shall start from there.
おほん。昔々。
A long, long time ago.
地上に初めてラプチャーが進行してきた頃。
In the days when the first raptures had invaded.
共にニケになった二人の姉妹が住んでいた。
There lived two sisters who had become NIKKEs.
わあ、久しぶりの手合わせね。
So people in chat, you will recognize this person. Perhaps looking a little different these days, but this is Rose. Before shit hit the fan. You don't think traumas ever heal completely, you just learn to move on, accepting them, of course. Yeah. You never forget your traumas. Like, once you have faced a trauma... Oh my god, this is John NIKKE! Once you have experienced a trauma and recognize it as a trauma, you can't forget it. You're not going to forget the trauma. There's always going to be some type of reaction to said trauma. You just get better at handling it over time. At least that's the hope. You understand it better and you get better at dealing with it. It's been a hot minute since we sparred, hasn't it?
今回で985回目だったかな?
I believe this makes it 985, doesn't it?
ふざけてないで真剣にやれ。
Do not treat this so flippantly. It deserves to be taken seriously.
はいはい、わかったって。
Yeah, I got it.
ちゃんとやるね。
I'll be serious. Scarlet and Rose point their swords at each other.
参るぞ。
How about you?
来なさい。
Bring it. Both of them are unique variants of mass-produced NIKKEs, created to be used in close combat, of which only 10 were manufactured. There. Okay, we have 2 more before we have to go back into the story because that's when it crashed. The tip of Rose's sword gently presses against Scarlet's throat.
負けを認めよう。
Very well, I concede defeat.
今回は焦ったよ。
Things could have really gone south for me.
一撃が重くなったわね。
For a moment, my sword was starting to feel heavy back there.
次は本当に負けちゃうかも。
I better stay on my toes or else I may really lose next time.
余裕で勝っておいて、よくも嘘をペラペラと。
Don't lie, you won without lifting a finger.
いやいや、余裕なんかじゃなかったよ。
Hardly, it wasn't easy at all.
これで985戦976勝9引き分けかな。
Now, let's see, that makes 976 wins and 9 draws.
こっそり勝ちを増やすでない。975勝10引き分けだ。
Don't try and fudge the numbers, it was 975 wins and 10 draws.
騙されなかったか。
You got me.
でも私がお姉ちゃんでしょ。
Think about it though.
剣くらいは私の方が上手くないとね。
I'm your older sister. Doesn't it stand to reason that I'd be better with a sword?
他は何でも蓮の方が上手いでしょ。
You're better than me with just about everything else.
掃除も料理も几帳面なところも。
Cleaning, cooking, and generally being organized.
私たちが作られた目的は何だ。
You and I are NIKKEs.
姉さんも私も剣を使うニケ。
Not only that, but models specifically designed to utilize swords.
ならば剣術が最も重要であろう。
Would not mastery of such a weapon be of paramount importance?
そうかな。
Do you think so?
いつか蓮は私に勝つって思ってるけど。
I truly believe there will come a day when you'll best me.
花に10日の紅なし。
No flower blooms in perpetuity,
永遠なんてないでしょ。
and nothing lasts forever.
いつか蓮が私を倒す日もきっと来るはずよ。
There will come a day when you beat me.
今じゃないみたいだけどね。
It's just not now, that's all. The way they say that here and bring her back later, because we had no idea she was gonna be brought back as a zombie at this point when they released this event. We have her body now. I'm just wondering if Scarlet's gonna know about her body at all before she gets revived. Because currently she's out of commission.
その余裕、いつかへし折ってやろう。
I will whip that insulkin... I've never seen that word before. Insulkins? Insulkins? Question mark? Out of you if it's the last thing I do.
期待してるね。
Looking forward to what you've got in store for me.
ん？
放送？
A broadcast?
ご案内いたします。館内にいらっしゃる特殊改良量産個体 A。
This is a special announcement to all special type mass-produced belonging to Unit A within this sector.
近接戦闘型ニケの皆さんは全員訓練場にお集まりください。
All close combat NIKKEs assemble in the training ground.
繰り返します。
We repeat.
急に招集だなんて何かあったのかな？
Why would they want us to gather there?
さあ、
'Tis hard to say.
ひとまず行こう。
Let's head over.
全員集まったが。
We rarely see the other mass-produced NIKKEs, but they do look cool. They never use that sprite again, I think. After this event. Is that everyone?
はい。
Yes.
そうか。
Okay, then.
全員いるのだな。本当にしなければならないのか。
Do I really have to do this?
なぜよりによって私が
Why me of all people?
こんなことをしてゴンデスになれるわけでもないのに。
It's not like doing this is gonna make them become another goddess squad.
あの傭兵上がりにはフェアリーテールモデルが配属されて、なぜ私には。
They gave that mercenary Grimm's model, so how come I?
お？
We're talking about the legendary commander.
いつまで立っていればいいのだ？
Pray tell, are we going to stand here in perpetuity?
ああ、全員集まったんだな。
Oh, you said everyone's here, right?
はい。
Yes.
これまでのテストにより君たちが高く評価された結果、
Due to your stellar test results,
今後は近接戦闘部隊という名で任務を受け戦場に出ることになった。
you all are being deployed as melee squad.
したがって近接型として作られた特殊改良量産個体 A 近接戦闘型2系10名は
All 10 of you, who have been specially designed for close quarters combat,
戦力確保に向けた潜入および奪還任務を担当する。
will undertake infiltration and reclamation missions.
指揮は私が行う。
And this will all be done under my command.
私たちと一緒に？
A human will be accompanying us.
じゃあ、なんだっけ？私たちにもゴッテス部隊みたいに指揮官がつくんですか？
So we're being assigned a, what was it called again? A commander? Like the God Squad?
そうだ。
Yes.
ゴッデス部隊の例に倣い、
We'll be following the same model as the Goddess Squad.
これからは正式な部隊でなくとも各部隊に指揮官を1名配属し動くことになった。
Going forward, all squads will be assigned commanders, regardless of stature.
ゴッテス部隊の功績が思ったより大きいようだな。
To make such sweeping policy changes,
そのようなことが決まりになるほどとは。
it would seem the accomplishments of the Goddess Squad are greater than I initially thought.
何か質問はあるか？
Any more questions?
そういえば、そうか。
By the way, Rose.
はい。
Yes?
君が最終テストでトップの成績だったそうだ。
Since you had the highest score in the final test,
部隊のリーダーは君になるだろう。
you will be the squad leader.
ああ、リーダーって成績順だったんですね。
Ah, so whoever got the highest score gets to be the leader.
びっくりで
I
す。
didn't expect that.
心にもないことを。
She has such a One-san voice. Anyway, that's enough chit-chat.
話は以上だ。
That covers just about everything.
各自、持ち場に戻れ。
So return to your positions.
明日午前に任務エリアに移動する。各自、武装の準備を徹底しろ。
We'll be proceeding to the coordinates designated by our mission tomorrow morning. Make sure you're properly equipped. United Forces of Humanity officer leaves hurriedly.
ついに実戦か。
Finally, a real mission.
本物のラプチャーを。
An opportunity to take down a real rapture with my own hands. The day of the mission. They barely show the mass-produced. They look so cool, though. An oppressive silence fills the transport vehicle as it heads toward the target area.
レン
Scarlet?
なんだ
What?
静かだなーって思って。
How come you're so quiet?
初めての任務だから緊張する？
Are you nervous since it's our first mission?
まさか
No.
ラプチャーを切れると思うと武者震いが止まらないのだ。
I'm merely excited about having the chance to cut down a rapture.
そっか。
I say,
レンがそう言うならそうなんだろうね。
if you say so.
レン、
Scarlet,
リリー・バイス少佐のこと知ってるでしょ？
you've heard of Lieutenant Little Eyes, haven't you?
ニケでその名を知らぬ者はいないだろう。
I haven't been living under a rock, so yes, I do know of her.
人類にニケという存在を知らしめた最初で最強のニケなのだから。
She is the first and also the strongest warrior there ever was. The one who heralded the existence of NIKKE to all of humanity.
だよね。
Yes,
リリー・バイス少佐って本当に素敵よね。
she's pretty cool.
すごく綺麗で強くて。
So pretty and also so strong.
一般 B チームの子たちから聞いたんだけど、力が強すぎてラプチャーを引き裂いちゃったんだって。
A few days ago, some of the girls in Team B told me that she was able to tear apart raptures with her bare hands.
引き裂いたラプチャーを？
What? Without any other type of weapon?
それも素手で。
Nope, none at all.
少佐が投入されるたびにラプチャーがポーンポーンって吹き飛ぶらしいわよ。
Wherever she goes, it's just a flurry of disembodied rapture parts flying through the air.
素手での近接戦でそのような結果を上げたから。
I suppose it was her exemplary display that made the United Forces of Humanity
人類連合軍としても近接戦闘を諦められず、
choose not to discard the close combat program.
私たちのような近接戦闘用に改良した量産型ニケを作ったというわけか。
Perhaps that's why they decided to create mass-produced NIKKEs like us, who are specially made for melee combat.
そうね。
That's what I was thinking too.
それだけ強いリリー・バイス少佐も初めは緊張したはずよ。
I'm sure even she was nervous on her first mission.
なぜ姉さんにわかる？
How would you know that?
なんとなくそんな気がするの。
Just a hunch?
誰も叶わなかった存在と向き合って、
She would have been facing something she'd never been up against before.
大切なものを守らないといけないんだから。
And there were many things precious to her that she had to protect.
そもそも強いものならば緊張などしないのではないか？
If thine own strength is so formidable, then surely there is no need for apprehension.
そうかな。
You think so?
私はあの人もニケになる前は人間だったから、
She was a human just like us before becoming a NIKKE.
私たちと同じように緊張したんじゃないかなって思うわ。
So I'm willing to bet she was just as nervous as we are now.
初めてのことは誰でも緊張するものよ。
It's normal to be a bit jittery when you're doing something for the first time.
姉さんも緊張しているのか？
Are you nervous too?
そりゃあもちろん。
Of course.
私だって地上でラプチャーと戦ったことはないのよ。
It's not like I've ever gone toe to toe with a rapture before.
実戦は初めてだし、緊張するし、怖いわ。
This is all new to me, so yeah, I'm nervous. A little scared even.
でも、この感情も今だけよ。
But I know that those emotions are all temporary.
この世に永遠なんてないんだから。
Because nothing in this world lasts forever.
この緊張感も、不安も、
All this tension and anxiety
慣れたら何ともなくなるわよ。
will fade into nothing with time.
今回の任務でそうなるって私は信じてる。
As we get used to this sort of thing.
姉さん。
The military vehicle screeches to a stop.
着いたみたいね。
It looks like we've arrived.
任務エリアに到着した。総員、位置につけ。
We've arrived at the target point. Everyone move to your positions.
はーい。
Roger.
さあ、それじゃあ
Now then.
行こっか。
Guess it's time for us to head out.
任務エリア付近の建物に潜入完了およびターゲット発見。
We've successfully infiltrated the building and confirmed the target.
地上型ラプチャー20機を肉眼で確認。
I've got a visual on 20 ground type raptors.
建物から降下すれば直ちにラプチャーの群れの中心部に到達できる位置です。
If we descend from the building, we'll make contact with a group of raptors.
そうか。では全部壊してこい。
Then get in there and defeat them.
ラジャー。
Roger. Such a helpful commander. The resounding thud of footsteps echoes out, along with great vibrations of the earth. Before them stand the cold, piercing gaze of an emotionless killing machine. It is far more massive and threatening than anything any of them have seen in the simulations. Everyone holds their breath in terror. No one dares take the plunge into the raptured lair.
あの中に飛び込んであれを切らなきゃいけないんだよね。
You're telling me they want us to jump down there and start hacking away?
銃じゃなくて剣で。
With just swords instead of proper firearms. The panic-stricken voice of one of the NIKKEs rings out, filling everyone else with ever-increasing dread. The atmosphere is uneasy, restless, tense. Scarlet feels like her feet are being weighed down with concrete blocks. Really?
私は剣の方が簡単だと思うけど。
Personally, I think a sword is preferable to a gun in this situation.
遠くから銃を撃っても外したら終わりだけど、私たちは違うでしょ。
With a gun, you fire a bullet, and that's all there is to it.
私たちなら少しぐらい手元が狂っても何かは切れるはずだから。
But for us, even if our swing isn't true, we'll still do some damage. Rose stands up.
姉さん
Rose.
それに
Also,
銃より剣の方が素敵じゃない？
a sword is way cooler than a gun anyway, wouldn't you say? Rose leaps down into the midst of the rapture horde. Rose! As she plummets toward the ground, she begins swinging her sword at the raptures. In the blink of an eye, several raptors collapse to the ground.
思ったより大したことないね。
They're not much of a challenge.
レン、
Scarlet,
こんなことで緊張してるの？
don't tell me these things got you nervous.
こんなのも切れなくてどうやって私に勝つつもり？
If you can't cut up this cannon fodder, how do you ever expect to defeat me?
緊張などしておらね
Who are you calling nervous? Scarlet stands up and leaps towards the raptures. She got rage baited. To which Rose is currently laying waste. The blade cleaves through the raptors like a hot knife through butter. Their movements are repetitive, just like those she saw in the simulations. Their gaze, the positions of their cores. Scarlet is able to act almost instinctively as she works her way through the horde. Without thinking, she knows exactly where to strike the enemy. How to neutralize them entirely. She can do it. She can cut them. No longer do the raptors seem so frightening. Scarlet's blade bisects the raptor's core.
大したことないな。
'Twas but a bactel.
そうでしょ？
Right?
ラプチャーだろうとなんだろうと切ってしまえばそれまでだ。
These raptors cleave just as well as anything else we've encountered.
だからみんな怯えていないで降りてこい。
Don't be afraid, everyone, and come.
私が君たちの分まで
before I claim all your shares. Whether or not this sonorous war cry reached her comrades, Scarlet does not recall. However, what she does remember is how everyone shook themselves free from the fetters of fear which held them, and together ventured forth, and swung their swords through endless raptures. And so it came to pass that her first mission, for which there had been decidedly low expectations, became a resounding success, with an unprecedented absence of casualties on their end. Oh. Okay, so we caught to that. Now we have to continue through combat. So far, the squad seems to be doing well, right? Also, the UI is very beautiful. Look at this ink work. It's rare seeing ink art these days with all the anime style, like standardized stuff, but ink brush art is so pretty. How many times are we gonna have to see combat? Let's see. In the days and weeks that followed, the melee squad was deployed on countless missions. The Rapture Core shattered to pieces. All nearby Raptures eliminated. Alright, I'll make the report. Reporting in, we have eliminated all the Raptors previously occupying this station. And have recaptured the 29th base of the United Forces of Humanity. Their bodies have been designed to be more nimble than that of other mass-produced NIKKEs, allowing them to infiltrate and recapture key facilities which had fallen under Rapture control. Ew, check that out. Disgusting. Is that really a machine? Hark, perchance thou should spend less time pontificating and more time slicing. Patience, my dear sister. I can just imagine, with the tones of their voices, Rose is just strolling along, like swinging at Raptures, meanwhile Scarlet is fighting for her life. I assure you that whatever needs killing will meet its rightful end. Rose swings her sword, bisecting the Rapture. In order to truly excel at the art of cutting, one must have a calm mind. Similar to other NIKKEs, they witnessed a succession of successful missions, defeating numerous Rapture hordes, along with numerous accomplishments. However, there were also sacrifices. Scarlet gazes at her fallen comrade lying on the ground. I don't think she'll make it. She sustained cranial damage. And Patty. She is beyond saving. Another hand pan. I don't know if that one went through. Anil. I think they were too close in succession. Let me replay that to see. Okay, something's broken. What broke? Something broke. What broke? Oh. I don't know why it broke, but there you go. It's imaginary, you broke it, you're sorry. You're fine, Seb. I think it's just because the animation is a bit chunky for the program. One moment, I forgot to do something. I'm gonna poof out of existence for a moment? Let me check something. Yeah, I forgot to preload, then that's why. It's a bit laggy, huh? How many okay. Yeah, that took a bit to load. But okay, it should be better now. I usually have to preload all the hand animations because it's laggy the first time around. It's probably because of that. She is beyond saving.
So.
I see.
本部に送るために棺を用意してほしいって連絡するね。
I will request a coffin for her to be transferred back to the base.
Ah.
Very well. Their many accomplishments also brought forth an equal amount of positive changes.
正式な部隊になるかもしれない。
So our spot is officially being instituted.
そうだ。
Correct.
驚くことにな。
It's surprising, honestly.
何が変わる？
What benefits shall we receive from formally becoming a squad?
今より安定して部隊を運用できるようになるし、
We'll be able to manage our squad more sustainably.
他の部隊に公的に支援要請をしたり受けたりできるかな。
And we'll also be able to request official support from other squads.
あまり実感のない部分だな。
None of these things seem particularly noteworthy to me.
何言ってるの？
What do you mean?
名前がつくのよ。
We're making a name for ourselves.
もっと現実的なことを言うと、支援物資の質と量が向上するの。
Practically speaking, the quality and quantity of our equipment will no doubt increase.
それは悪くないな。
That's more to my liking.
そういえば指揮官、私たちの追加支援物資はいつ頃？
Speaking of which, when are additional supplies meant to come in? Damn it.
上層部は一体何を考えているんだか。
What are the higher-ups thinking?
指揮官？
Commander?
なんだ、私を呼んだのか。
Did you say something?
はい、呼びました。
Yes.
指揮官と呼ぶなと言っただろう。
I told you, don't call me Commander.
階級で呼べ。
Refer to me by my actual rank.
はい、注意。
Yes, Lieutenant.
私たちの追加支援物資はいつ頃届きますか？
I was asking when our additional supplies were due to arrive.
この間から補給周期が少しずつ長くなっているようですが。
They've been delayed for a week now.
補給？
What do you expect?
戦況がどんどん悪化しているからだ。
Everything's going to hell in a handbasket.
当然補給品も遅れるに決まっているだろう。
So you can hardly be surprised at the fact our supplies are slow to show up.
そうですか。
I say.
だからもっと努力して正式部隊になれ。
So y'all need to bust your asses, you hear me?
補給物資を受け取ることができるように。
That way we'll make a name for ourselves and receive supplies without any issues. They say that, but if we look at Overzone, they did not give a shit about Goddess Squad. They didn't give them extra supplies when they needed it, so why would they care about this one?
はい、もっと頑張ります。
Very well, I will do that. As the missions became increasingly more difficult, so did the bonds between the NIKKEs and the squad become closer. Let's see.
もうこんな時間。空も暗いし。
It's getting late. The sun is starting to set.
拠点に戻るには微妙な時間ね。
I'm not so sure if heading back to the base is a good idea.
あそこはどうだ？
What you say about yonder building? Scarlet points to a particularly collapsed building.
あそこなら一晩くらいは過ごせるだろう。
I think that would make sufficient dwelling for the evening.
そうね。
Sounds good to me.
じゃあ今日はここで野営しましょう。
We can camp out here for the night. Says being Lex. Not between the sisters, though. We're not doing Sweet Home Alabama here with NIKKE's.
訓練は裏切らない。
Combat is gonna last for like 5 seconds at most. Unless the boss doesn't show up. Eh, shit, their sisters, my bad. Your face does not... The emote does not express guilt, Seb. Hi, you're back. Welcome back. Scarlet sits near the window, keeping watch. Occasionally, she glances back at the others, I'm being watered, who are laughing and chatting amongst themselves. It's peaceful out here. It's nice, isn't it? The sense of peace.
平和すぎて任務中であることを忘れているのではないかと疑いたくなるがな。
It's too peaceful. I worry that the others have forgotten that we are on a mission.
最近任務続きでみんな疲れ果ててたでしょ。
Relax, everyone's been running themselves ragged as of late.
たまにはこういう平和な時間もないとね。
There's nothing wrong with enjoying a moment of peace and quiet.
それでも気を緩めすぎてはいけない。
Nevertheless, we must remain vigilant.
わかってるって。
I know that.
レンが部隊のみんなを大切に思ってること。
I know how much you care about us.
みんなが油断して怪我をするんじゃないかって心配してるんでしょ。
You're scared that if you let down our guard, we'll get hurt.
安心して。
Don't worry.
大丈夫。こうやって率先して見張りをしてくれる優しい妹もいるし。
So long as you're on guard, we'll be just fine.
みんなああやってリラックスしてるように見えても、剣はそばに置いてるから。
Besides, even though everyone may look like they're cruising about casually, they all still have their swords on them.
だから多めに見てあげてよ。
So cut them a little slack.
久しぶりでしょ。こうやってのんびりするのも。
This is a rare opportunity for us to properly relax.
わかった。
Very well.
ということで、みんなが休んでる間も頑張ってくれてるレンのために。
You have a story you want to tell you? What story do you got, Fire Panda? That's the story. With that being said, I got you a little something for being such a hard little worker while everyone else is having fun.
じゃーん。
Ta-da! Rose produces 2 small cups from her pouch.
それはなんだ？
Where did you get those? So this year there was this girl you liked? Okay.
これ補給品の中にあったの。
Also, your thing is lagging. Danielle. Continue with the story. You'll get through eventually. You're gonna reload? Fair enough. They came with the last shipment of supplies. Scarlet lifts up a bottle of alcohol.
一緒に一杯どうかなって。
I thought we could have a little drink together.
酒？
Alcohol?
何を考えている？
Hath thine mind gone to ruin? So she likes rocks and gems, okay. Funny note, chat, in terms of the story right now. Scarlet used to hate alcohol. Now she's an alcoholic. Very funny flip there. And you, like, really liked her? Okay. I see the past tense, though. And your sister has a jewelry making kit, okay. That's what trauma does, it makes you an alcoholic. That's what trauma does. Because between the two sisters, Rose is the one who liked drinking alcohol with people. Scarlet hates alcohol at this point. So what did you do with the jewelry making campfire? I see where this is going.
任務中に酒など
They got Megan to teach you how to make jewelry. Okay. Drinking during a mission?
まあまあいいじゃない。
Why not?
一杯だけよ。
Just one little drink.
ニケになったのに、まさかこれ一杯で酔うはずないでしょ。
You really think one drink is gonna get us drunk?
しかし
No, but...
そんな固いこと言わずに。ほら。
Don't be such a sourpuss, come on. Made her this really cool necklace with an amethyst in it. And you gave it to her. And told her you really liked... Okay, it's a good setup so far. Right. And that was rejection number 10. Oh. Yeah, that is a damn. Okay, here's the thing. You did nothing wrong there. You put in the effort, you made her something you thought she would like, you gave it your best shot. That's on them. Yeah, you did your best. Send you a picture because you made a pretty little heart in the wrap. Wait, did they not take it at all? Did they just flat out reject the thing too? Bruh. They kept... Okay, I was gonna say. Wait, so they kept it, but they just said no. I don't know which one's worse at that point. Like, on one hand, you put in the effort, and they reject the present, because it's like, they're gonna say no anyways. On the other hand, they put in the effort, you take the present, then you say no, but you still keep it. I don't know which one's worse. Either way, it kind of sucks. But you did your best. My only question at that point is, amethyst their favorite rock? Like the people who care about rocks and collect them care a lot about what type of rock it is. Because I have a friend who likes collecting rocks, and they pay a lot of attention to like birthstones and the meaning of certain rocks. So that might have played a factor. You never know. Sadly, we cannot control how other people feel about us, but rejection is part of life and a step closer to acceptance. Exactly. You'll find your person eventually. It just wasn't meant to be if they said no. That's how I like to think about it. There's gonna be another one later down on the line. Also, one thing about people who like collecting rocks, it gets expensive over time. Especially if they're like into the spiritual rocks. If it's a normal casual rock collection, it's fine. If it's the spiritual type, that gets expensive. Also, you said gems as well, so yeah, that would get really expensive over time. You got rocks in your yard, why is it so expensive? You know what type of rocks we're talking about, Seb. It's casual rocks? Okay. Okay, that's a little better than some people. You know she likes amethyst? Okay, you tried your best then. You really did try your best. They just said no in the end. You'll take one, name it Steve, and throw it at my window? Why? Ignoring my window, why would you do that to Steve? Steve did nothing wrong, he doesn't deserve to be yeeted. Also, you're gonna need a very strong arm to do that. Because my window is... depends on which window. The window that I'm next to right now, you're gonna have to throw it from 2 stories under. Because we're on an elevated platform. And there's a giant parking lot on the other side. So you're gonna have to have a strong arm for that. It's a pet, it's a way to be adopted. Just get yeeted through a window. They're gonna adopt you whether you like it or not. Rose fills a glass and hands it to Scarlet. We're gonna drink to that. Fire, you can't drink. You're too young, but we'll drink to your sorrows. Scarlet doesn't want to, though. After some hesitation, Scarlet grabs the glass.
乾杯!
Butter's up. That smells nice.
バラの香りかな?
Is that Rose? Ugh.
どうしたの? 体に合わなかった?
What's wrong? Doesn't agree with you?
苦い
Bitter.
苦い?
Huh?
苦すぎるなぜこんなものを飲むのだ
I said it's bitter. How can you enjoy such a vile concoction?
そっか、苦かったか。
I thought it was fine.
私はもういらぬ
I refuse to drink any more of this wicked brew.
残念。私は気に入ったのに。
Watch out. Wait. Eh. Question mark? Eh. Bitter in Japanese sounds similar to the N-word. Okay, here's the issue with Asian languages. A lot of words sound similar to the N-word. Including Korean. There are 2 specific words we say a lot that sound similar to the N-word. And if I say it in a slightly American accent, it's gonna sound like it. Like, that's an issue we have to deal with 24/7. I don't even know if I want to try saying the Korean words because it's gonna sound like it. I wasn't paying attention to the wait.
苦い
Okay.
苦すぎるなぜこんなものを飲むのだ
Yeah, I hear it. Yeah, that's the issue. The other words are also like that. Say it yourself, more for me. Sent you pictures? I see. Seb, I want you to know that in Korean, the casual way to say you and I also sounds like that. Funny enough. So, you hear it almost every day in Korean. Internally crying. Let's see here. Oh. Wait, that's pretty though. Fire, you did a good job with that. That's pretty. You can tell it's handmade with how the wires are, but that's pretty. And they still said no, damn. You kind of sad you didn't get it back? Yeah. That's why Korea is goated. I don't know about that, Seb. I don't know if that's the reason. Get a head pat, Fire. You tried your best. I can tell you put a lot of effort into that. Say yourself, more for me.
昔、
Hey,
人間だった頃、
you get a head pat.
あの頃もこうやって一緒にお酒を飲んだこと。
Did we ever drink together when we were human?
わからない。
Not sure.
私たちが覚えているのは姉妹だったということだけだ。
All I recall is that we're sisters.
不思議だよね。
Interesting, isn't it?
どうしてそれだけは覚えてるんだろう。
How do you figure that's the only thing we both remember?
フェアリーテールモデルの適合者じゃなければ、
From what I've observed, unless you're a groom's model.
普通は何も覚えていないか全部覚えているかのどっちかなのに。
You either have no memories at all, or you remember everything.
忘れられない記憶だったのだろう。
I suppose it was a particularly inedible memory for both of us.
死んでも姉さんのことは忘れないと思っていたのではないか。
Perhaps I convinced myself to never forget my sister, even in death. I also made a paper flower and used a really pretty box for it. Aww. You really went the mile for this one, huh?
そっか。
Really? Being brave enough to confess is a success. That's true. By the logic you succeeded 10 times. It's a success for yourself. Because a lot of people never confess. A lot of them. And they regret it most of the time. Like, at least when I was going through education and the people that I grew up with, there were a ton of people who never had the courage to confess, either because they knew their crush liked someone else, or because they just weren't brave enough. They weren't confident in themselves. And sometimes the other person did like them back, it's just because they never confessed, nothing ever happened. Like, the fact that you have the courage to even try is something. You have never confessed to all your couples asked you out first? Now that I think about it, it's the same for me. I never confessed to anyone first. Huh. Interesting. It was either the person approached me first, or it was kind of like this awkward limbo of we know we like each other, but no one's ever saying it first. Yeah, I never confessed first before. Huh. That doesn't mean you shouldn't though? Yeah. Like, it's important to get your feelings across. Because otherwise, how would they know? You can drop a shit ton of hints, but even then, sometimes people be dense. One of the people who you're super in love with is bi and got a girlfriend and went from depression scale of 3 to 8. Yeah. That's the other thing with never confessing. If you don't shoot your shot, someone else is gonna snatch them. That's the mindset you should have with confession. Someone else is gonna come by eventually and take them. So, might as well confess than not, right? Might as well try. Yoink. Exactly. Either they're gonna be yoinked, or something else is gonna happen. You told them? Yeah. Did that happen right after you told them? Depending on how much the time frame was, that would have hurt. Ugh. You get a head pat. 3 weeks? Okay, it wasn't too close to get 2 to 3. Okay, it's getting a little closer. You said they were bi. Maybe they just wanted to swing the other way for a bit. Like, the thing with being bi, you swing both ways. Sometimes you feel more one side than the other. Maybe they just felt like more that direction. Depending on who you like at the time. At least you tried, though. They still have that girlfriend? Okay. It's working out. Here's the thing with that. At that point, you just gotta feel happy for them, right? It won't do you any good feeling sour about it. She also stopped responding to you. Well, you can be salty about that part. Like, you're happy for her. I would assume for her in terms of relationship, but you can be salty about that part. They probably have their own reasons, though. Really?
忘れられないほど仲が良かったか悪かったかどっちかだろうね。
We got along so well that we never forgot each other. Or we got on each other's nerves so much that we couldn't forget.
忘れられない姉妹か。どっちにしてもいいね。
Either way, it's fine, I suppose. Rose finishes the rest of her glass, then lies down on the ground.
風の吹くまま、雲の流れるまま、思うがままに。
Follow the wind, follow the clouds, follow your heart.
そんな人生を生きてみたいな。
That is the life I wish to lead.
なんだその遊び人のような歌は。
That's really similar to Scarlett's current mindset. That's happened to you 9 times. Only 1 hasn't ghosted you. Was it after the fact? Because here's the thing. Imagine you're confessed, like, imagine the opposite situation. Where you got confessed to. You rejected them. Would it feel awkward to still talk to them through text? Like, maybe? Right? Sometimes it's just a bit awkward, right? After you told them, yeah. Because on one hand, as someone who gets confessed to and rejects someone, if you keep responding like you used to, even if it was platonic, there's a percentage that feels like you're leading them on even after the fact you rejected them. Because it's like the fact that I'm still talking to you implies that there's still somewhat of a chance my mind will change. Like, it's that implication. If someone confesses to you and you're friends with them, you would stay friends. That's the ideal situation. It doesn't always end up like that, though. You're friends with all these people. Still being friends with a girl that confessed to you. Actually, one of your closest college friends. Oh. Nice. We have been friends for like 5 weeks at least. Okay, that's just them being a bit like... That's just straight up ghosting. That's just being not a good friend. Because the thing with that, even if they feel awkward, they can tell you that they feel awkward. Like, they can change how they interact with you. They don't have to drop you completely. It makes more sense if you weren't friends for that long beforehand, but if that's the case, that's on them. That's them being a bad friend. You did nothing wrong, Fire Panda. Yeah, no. At least from your point of view, it's better a rejection than just silence. Yeah. Yeah. You just get very depressed though. You go ahead, Panda hug. It's like, I never get the people who ghost others. Because it's like, yes, it might be more comfortable at the time because you don't have to deal with it. But you're just pushing it aside and hoping it goes away by itself as the person ghosting. Like, you're not actually dealing with it. It's just a constant thing in the back of your mind now. I don't get people who ghost other people. It's like, if you got an issue, just say it. Just tell them in their face what the issue is. Because the worst thing that can happen is a fight. At least it will be resolved at some point. Fighting with someone, especially in like a friendship or a relationship, fighting with someone is always better than not saying anything at all. Because at least you're getting some point across still. You're trying to communicate with them, even if it's not in like a peaceful manner, I guess. You want a good fist fight? That would release some tension and stress. Yes. You know, that's what, not what I'm saying. Yeah, but sometimes a fist fight is good for the soul. I'm saying that from experience. Don't go fist fighting random people, but sometimes it's good for the soul. We have derailed. What were we doing? Where's that from?
将来の計画みたいなもの?
No, we're considering my plans for the future.
またふざけたことを。
Not the most poetic of plans.
さっきみんなに戦争が終わったらどうするのって聞いたら、
When I asked everyone what they would do when the war ended,
1週間ずっとベッドでゴロゴロしたいって子もいたし、
one person said she would lie in bed for a week. I wish I can do that.
温かいスープを鍋いっぱいに作って食べたいって子もいたし、
Another said she would boil an entire pot of soup and gulp it all down.
読みたかった漫画を読破したいって子もいたわ。
Someone else said she would take the time to read all the comics that she wanted.
そういえばこんなのもあった。
Oh right, there was another one that stuck out to me.
すごく有名になってゴッテス部隊と一緒に任務に投入される。
Someone wanted our squad to become really famous and go on missions together with the Goddess Squad.
本当につまらぬことばかり夢見ているのだな。
What foolhardy dreams. You've been building up frustration and annoyance for 14 years. You've soared once in your life. You've never hit someone. You've always been a good, kind kid. Get ahead, Pat. If someone goes to you without a reason, you're gonna knock on their door and demand answers. Confrontation time. You haven't had a good hug or cuddle in years. You've never kissed someone you weren't related to. You get a head pat fire, you get a hug too. You'll find someone eventually. Hopefully. Everyone finds someone eventually. You can't exactly choose when that happens though. It'll happen when it happens. The hope is just that they're a good person. Because sometimes it happens and they're not the best person to be with. And most people don't realize that until after the fact. If you die before you get a girlfriend, you're gonna fist fight God. It's like, okay, I'm dead. I'm here. I see you. I'm gonna whack you in the face. I'm gonna whack you in the jaw. You're young, you have a lot of time, chill. Yeah, you're still young. I know a lot of people who haven't met their first partner until college and after. So you still got a ton of time. That's not a joke, you will actually fight God. Scream it to the heavens so that they hear. Yeah, one of my friends actually, they haven't had a partner at all. And they're twice your age, Fire. So you're good. So many people your age have girlfriends. Here's the thing, Fire. The age that people start to date has become younger and younger over the years. Like originally, back in my day, I can say that, ugh. I can feel my bones creaking, I can say that. Back in my day, people started dating around, like, middle school. In terms of Coco Bro, people started dating around high school. And even older was college, right? Because our parents started, their generation started dating around college. Or later. So it's like... seeing what other people do, you don't have to follow that. You do it at your own pace when you are ready and whenever you find your person. You're technically in high school because you had graduated yesterday. Yeah, you're technically a high schooler. Yeah, don't let the general demographic, I guess, of your generation pressure you. Elko? Yes, what is it? What does it fire? Another thing I can say about that, the quantity of how many people you've dated, it doesn't really matter as long as you find the one person eventually. You forgot. That's me for real. It's like, I thought of something. I need to tell you. 5 seconds later. What was it again? Shit. That's me. That's an ADHD moment right there. But yeah, you're not old, you're still child enough to not be unk. You young, youthful. Are you sure about that? The media and the humor I grew up with is equal to my brother's generation, who, by definition, is classified as unk. Koga saw the Big Bang. Lore-wise, I did, yes. Lore-wise, I saw the Big Bang. I'm that old. I'm ancient. But yeah, mentally speaking, I tend to be more older than most of the people I hang out with, so I'm usually deemed the old person of the group, no matter which group I'm in. Water. How could you forget? There was only 2 minutes in between the hydrates. You didn't forget. The plant is going dry. No, I'm not. Did I read your lore? No, but I did see that you posted stuff in it. I was gonna read it, like, during the weekend, when I had just time to chill. I did see that you posted stuff in the server, though. I was gonna check that out later. Because when I saw it, when you posted it, I was half asleep, so I didn't really read it. Gonna add more in different places? Well, I'm probably gonna check either later tonight or during the weekends, though. I'll see which version I get, I guess. You may make an ARG. I'm reminiscing now. Scarlet, you're gonna have to wait for a second. I'm reminiscing in terms of, like, dating history. ARG. No, I'm gonna pronounce it ARG. You know the theory thing? Yeah. I'm reminiscing right now. Because the first time I started dating was in middle school. It was second year of middle school. So, to put in reference for other countries, that was 7th grade? Yeah, 7th grade. The first time I actually, like, liked someone was 5th grade. And that was a weird limbo thing that happened. So, before the first dating thing, I had a situationship before the first person I dated, and that was in 6th grade. The first year of middle school. Compared to everyone else at the time, that was pretty early. Because my generation, we were still used to seeing people initially start dating in high school. There was a good handful of us that started dating in middle school, though, and I was part of that. Your first crush was 3rd. That's early, to be fair. The other thing with me, when I was young Coco, I didn't really understand emotions properly. I was never taught them properly by my family or anyone else. I was technically emotionless. I was like semi-sociopathic when I was younger. Still kind of am to an extent. Because a lot of what I did when I was growing up is observe other people's emotions and copy them to try to understand them, so there was a layer of that. Kinda. It's a bit different than Kaylin, from how you described it. When I was younger, it was more like that. So my first crush was in 5th grade. That turned into a situationship in 6th grade, then I started initially dating in 7th grade. That went up to 8th/9th grade, so start of high school is when that broke off. Had another thing happen in between, then had a 6-year relationship in between that. That broke off. Contemplated life for a bit in between. There was a very brief thing before that as well that I just remembered. And now I'm here. You should meet him. You want to have you two meet? I don't know how I would interact with them. That's always the thing when friends of friends introduce each other. You never know how they're going to interact. Because when you have two different friends that are completely opposites of personality, you hang out with them well. Like, you match with them well. You have this dynamic. But when two of your friends are on opposite sides of the spectrum, you don't know how they're gonna mix. I'm open to meet new people, though. I tend to be the person in the middle, so we'll see. This will be different because it's two of my therapists meeting. Yeah! That's always a fun interaction, is when your in-between friend is like the one who always gets the emotional support. When two of the emotional supports meet each other, it's always fun with that interaction. Because you know different things about that person. Getting back to the dialogue, because we've been making them wait for a bit. In this day and age, a lot of people share the same aspiration. Since everything else seems so far away and unattainable now. Dreaming of joining the Goddess Squad is the next best thing. You forgot so hard that this was NIKKE and the dialogue startled you. Yeah, we derailed very far there. What about you, Scarlet? I want to at least wrap up this scene, you know, before we derail even more. What about me? What do you want to do? Well, I wish to spar with you without any armor. Huh? Spar with me without any armor. That's your great dream for the future. If you ask me, I think that's the silliest dream of them all. Derailing is fun. Derailing is fun. You don't know if you wrote that correctly. Derailing. No, that's right. Sometimes English doesn't make sense. If there's ever like a word with a connection in front or behind, putting a hyphen in between tends to be a good safe thing to do. There was a bug crawling on my keyboard. I accidentally squished it with my finger. It's like, what is that thing moving? Boop. Well, now it's dead. And now I have a bug on my finger. I'll be back, chat. I need to dispose of this body. You're gonna go? Okay. See ya, see ya. If you're going to eat, have a good night. Hi, what? There's a bug on my finger. Love you, Mom. Love you, child. Love you, son. Well, hopefully you have a good rest of day if you're going to sleep. A good rest of night, I guess. Things will get better. I gotta dispose of a body now. The body has been disposed of. Thanks, Mom. Anytime. That reminds me, I told one of my friends before that I have an adopted son now in terms of like online chat. And they know streaming, they're not a normie. I told them one of my chatters was like an adopted son and they just stared at me. It's like, God damn, you're old. It's like, thanks, I know. Suppose I realize how silly it sounds now.
でしょ？そういうものなのよ。
You see? That's what happens when all our dreams seem out of reach. You're not old, Mom. Compared to you, I'm old. Compared to you. Fire Mom is 51. They're a mom. You're like wine. I aged fine. Fire Mom is a mom. A gentle breeze blows through the night air. Behind them, the laughter of their squad mates can be heard.
やっぱりいいな。
Fire Dad is 48. Your parents are old? Okay, don't call them old. Compared to your age, though, they did have you later. But they're not old. Looks at my own parents. You forgot how the line was? The Fire Dad looks mid-20s. Nice. What do you mean, Seb? This is nice.
次はみんなで一緒に飲もうか。
Next time, let's invite them to drink together with us.
なぜ急に？
Fire Mom looks mid-20s but with all gray hair. Hey, some people rock the gray hair. Gray hair doesn't always mean old. The more wrinkled the grape, the fruit becomes sweeter. Or something like that. This from Ice Age? I do not remember lines from Ice Age. It's been years since I watched Ice Age. Also, Top Hat has gray hairs. Sometimes it's just genetic. Like some parents, they start having gray hairs in their like mid-20s, which means their children are also probably gonna experience that too. Sometimes you're just genetically cursed. What a sudden obsession with spirits.
こうやって二人で飲んでみて、すごく良かったから。
It's nice sharing a
みん
drink
な
with
で
others.
一緒に飲んでみたくなったの。
I just want to share this feeling with everyone else.
今年最後の日、初日の出を見ながら飲みたいな。
You gonna go for real now? See ya, Fire Panda. Hope you feel better soon. You get head pats. Oh, I've got it. How about we enjoy a drink while watching the sunrise on New Year's Eve?
今年一年お疲れ様ってねぎらって、新年をお祝いして、チームの団結のためにも。
Consider it a team building exercise. It could also act as a nice reward to everyone for how hard they've been working this past year.
好きにするがいい。
Do as he plays.
支援箱の中にいいお酒があったんだよね。何ヶ月か熟成させたらもっと美味しくなるかな。
I spotted some good alcohol in the supply box. It'll taste even better after it's aged a few more months.
余計苦くなりそうだ。
If anything, it would probably turn bitter. That night, all the Nikkes reminisced about their past, created new memories that would last, and laughed together. All the while, they dreamt of a bright and better future that would never come. Thank you, Nikke, for foreshadowing much. The wrinklier the raisin, the sweeter the fruit. Like that was. I mean, that's also true. Unless it's like squishy. But that tends to be true. After walking for about 2 hours, we arrive at a clearing on a hill.
さあ、ここだ。
Pretty background. Here we are.
ここから日の出が綺麗に見えるのだ。
This is the place which shall grant us unsurpassed views of the sunrise. Right here?
うん。一杯やるのにこれほどの場所はなかろう。
Yes, there's no better place to take in the sunrise, with a drink in hand. Scarlet sits down on a large flat rock nearby.
涼しくていいの。
Such nice and cool weather we're having.
坊ちゃんも早く来て座るといい。
Come sit here, my lord.
歩き疲れたであろう。
You must be tired from all the walking. I suppose I am. I walk over to Scarlet and sit next to her on the rock.
道中の邪魔者はすべて片付けた。
I have already dispatched any potential foes that would disrupt us.
あとはここで日が昇るのを待つのみだ。
All we have to do now is wait for the sun to come up.
そういうわけで日の出まで。
And look forward to the new year. Scarlet takes something out of her bag.
じゃ
Ta-da! Wow. Scarlet places a bottle of sake and 2 sake cups on the rock. Just like her sister used to. When did you decide to bring these?
ーん。もちろん最初にだ。
To us was part of the plan from the start.
あそこで坊ちゃんに会わなければ、
If I did not chance upon thee,
一人でもここに来るつもりだったのだよ。
I intended to come here by myself. In my 2 glasses.
まあ良いではないか。
Well,
杯一つであろうが二つであろうが、
whether I drink with 1 or 2 glasses,
美味しく飲めればそれでいいのだ。
it makes little difference. One's for her sister if she's alone, isn't it? Scarlet pours some sake into the sake cups. So they all continue to have a hot streak.
何のことだ。
Pardon? You're not done with your story, are you?
ほう。なぜそう思う？
That? What makes you think our fortune turned sour? If things had continued to go well, the melee squad would still be around. If you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to.
いや、
No,
一度話し始めたのだ。最後まで語ろう。
I should finish the story since I brought it up.
成果を上げ続けるか。
Continued success.
そんなはずなかろう。
Is such a thing even possible?
君の言う通りだ。
You're right.
そうはいかないのが、この世の断りだ。
With the way this world works, such a thing wasn't possible.
人生というものは、
Because life is not
そう
that
甘
simple.
くない。
We actually get to see a full front for once. Even for a mass produce, it's a very nice design. We never see it again though.
しっかりしろ。君は何を切ろうとしている。
Get a hold of yourself. Dost thou even realize what you're slashing at?
全部、いや、殺す。
I hate everything. Die.
いや、
Ah, they're corrupted, aren't they?
全部。
I hate everything. Die. Everything. They're corrupted.
レン、
Scarlet. Rose shakes her head.
ごめん。 本当にごめんなさい。
I'm so sorry. On numerous occasions, Rose and Scarlet had to cut down their own comrades who had suffered a mind switch. High stress situation. The thing with that, they were talking like a corrupted NIKKE. I guess at this point in the story, corruption is still a new thing. Because one of the first documented corruptions was because of red shoes, and they were still developing that at this point. It's so mass-produced that they stopped producing it at all. Yes, indeed. You can't even call them mass-produced NIKKEs, because they are mass-produced models, but they only made 10 of them. That's not mass-produced. They're just prototypes. They're very weak prototypes.
爆弾設置完了。
Bomb installation complete.
主要拠点の爆弾設置任務完了。
Bombs have been installed at all key points.
3分後に建物が崩れるわ。
We've got 3 minutes until this building comes tumbling down.
みんな外に出て。
Everyone get out. Scarlet turns around and as she takes a step, as if one of her screws had come undone. One of her legs refuses to move. Speaking of being mass-produced.
レン、何してるの？早く脱出を。
Scarlet, what are you doing? We need to get a move on.
先に行ってくれ。
You go first.
何言ってるの？どうして？
What are you talking about?
片足が動かぬのだ。姉さんは早く行け。
One of my legs isn't cooperating. You go ahead.
こんな時にボディが。
Body malfunction at a time like this. One of the raptors aims its gun barrel at the group.
まだラプチャーが。
I thought we had got them all.
みんな逃げて！
Everyone take cover. Rose grabs Scarlet and rushes forward. The building collapses.
みんな無事？
Is everyone okay? Rose frantically looks around her. This mission consists of 8 personnel. As for how many remained,
7人だけだ。
7. The combined setback of hardware malfunctions and an unexpected rapture attack resulted in the death of their squad mates. Scarlet opens the door to the infirmary and comes out.
状態はどうだ？
How is she doing? Rose shakes her head.
また。
Again.
ボディが完全に剥がれてる。
Her body was completely torn apart.
その衝撃で脳波も正常値以下になってるの。
The impact was so great that her brainwaves aren't registering as strongly as they should.
持ち直したとしても思考転換を起こす確率が高いわ。
Even if she does make it, the chance of her experiencing a mind switch is high.
その前にボディの修復が間に合わず脳が死んでしまうけど。
In all likelihood, however, her brain activity will cease entirely before that even happens. We'll miss the window to restore her body.
そうか。
I see.
レンの足はどう？
How's your leg?
私は平気だ。一部の部品が緩んでいた程度だから、自分で修理できたのだ。
Fine. It was just a minor tremor, so I was able to repair it myself.
自分で。弱いわね、私たち。
You know things are getting dire when you have to resort to self-surgery.
任務に赴くたびに、誰かが死ぬか怪我をしているな。
Every time we go on a mission, someone dies or gets hurt.
私たちは他のニケよりボディが軽量化されているから、
Our bodies weren't made to be as durable as other NIKKEs.
一発殴られるだけですぐに怪我をするし、
So even a single hit can put us down for the count.
近くで戦うから精神的にも追い詰められて思考転換も起きやすい。
Plus, since we fight with the enemy up close and personal, we're more susceptible to suffering a mind switch.
そもそも私たちのボディは量産型タイプのボディを無理やり近接型に改良した
We're still a variant of the mass-produced model.
プロトタイプだから。欠陥も多いの。
A prototype slightly altered for melee combat.
だから修理が頻繁に必要になるのに。
We're therefore likely to experience more defects, and thus require more frequent maintenance.
ボディの修理どころか、明日の食料さえない状況よ。
Meanwhile, we don't even have enough supply stockpile to even get us through tomorrow.
残りは6人か。
So now there's 6 of us. Yeah.
でもそれも次の支援物資が来た場合の話ね。
But that's assuming we get the supply shipment.
今回の任務でみんな負傷したわ。
Everyone has gone far too battered up during the last mission.
ずっと何も食べていないし。
And we've been starving for too long.
限界が近い。
We're fast approaching our limit.
支援物資の知らせはまだなのか。
But there's still no word on the shipment.
そうね。
None.
注意は任務を完遂しろの一点張りか。
The lieutenant simply keeps beating the drum about having to complete the mission.
そうね。
Precisely.
このままではダメだ。
This can't go on.
このまま何もせず皆を死なせるわけにはいかぬ。
I cannot sit by and watch everyone drop like flies.
私が注意ともう一度話してみる。
I'll talk to the lieutenant again.
事態の深刻さに気づけば、注意も少しは協力してくれるはずよ。
Once he realizes the gravity of the situation, I'm sure he'll be more sympathetic to our plight.
私も共に行こう。
I'll go with you.
一緒に？
Are you sure?
一人よりは二人の方が想像しいであろう。
Two is better than one, is it not?
騒ぎ続ければ煩わしくなり、
If we cause enough of a fuss,
あの怠け者も何かをしようとするはずだ。
even that indolent human will be forced to do something about it.
頼もし
I knew I could count on you.
い。じゃあ一緒に行こ
Okay, let's go.
う。なんとかして話を聞いてもらわなきゃ。
Let's try and talk some sense into this guy. Here's the thing though, chat. Even if they talk sense into him, he's following orders from the government. And based off what we know about the central government, or in this case, the humanity forces of whatever,
話が通じないなら仕方ないわね。
they do not give a shit about other people. They only care about themselves.
心配しないで。美しさ。星より民の愛が生み出した。
Never have cared, never will. And that's why everyone hates the government, including the commander. It's not like we have much of a choice but to listen to them right now, though.
これでまた一歩夢に近づいたわ。
And we keep rolling.
訓練は裏切らない。眠気を覚ます星より民の愛が生み出した力を解くとご覧なさい。
My brain is stuck on the previous topic. At least one specific thing about it. The only thing I can say for people who are looking for relationships or just companionship in general, if you like someone, don't do a situationship type of deal. It's gonna be mentally draining for mainly you if the other person doesn't really care about that type of stuff. But if what you want is a relationship and what they want is not, just don't go into it. Don't go into that situation at all. It's not gonna be good for you. If what you want and what you need does not line up with the other person, it is not worth it. Because eventually it's gonna become an issue. You can't avoid that. That's something that you have to keep in mind as well if you're younger. If you meet someone and you love someone, by the time you grow up and become an adult, the things that you want versus them might become different. And that's just something you have to deal with. Either you're gonna compromise and find the middle, or they're gonna be different enough that it just won't work out. And that's something you have to accept. Been there, done that. Lieutenant,
支援について何か進展はありませんか？
is there still no word on the supply shipment?
支援か？
Huh, what was that? Supplies?
まだないな。
Not yet, no.
ない。
ない。
No.
のんきに構えている場合か？
Does thou not think you're being excessively flippant about all this?
今この部隊がどのような状態で、
Does thou realize
みんなの様子がどうなっているのか
the state our squad
分
is
かってい
in?
るのか？
At 14, you're trying to become a soccer player and failing exceptionally, not trying to find someone that worries you a bit. Yeah. Also, you get a head pat sub. But here's the thing, like, the age that people feel like they should find someone is becoming younger every year. That's something I've noticed, and it's also because just the general age of dating is becoming younger. So everyone feels pressured to feel like they should be in a relationship, or that they should have found someone by now. Which, in reality, most people don't find their actual someone until they've matured and actually become the person that they're going to be for the majority of their life. Like, when you're a teenager, you don't know what the shit's happening. You're growing up, you have hormones, you have puberty, everything's going wow. You're not gonna understand what you want. Especially later in life. The amount of pressure that younger people have these days is kind of like, where did all this come from? Why is it like this now? Social media probably doesn't help with that either. Like, everyone being online these days does not help with that. People so young trying to find already a couple and stressing about it, yeah. Like, you're a teenager, you barely became a teenager in that situation. It's not something you should have to be, like, it's not something you should have to be worrying about. Childhood and the start of teenage years are so fun, you don't need anyone to be happy, just enjoy that phase. Exactly. And the thing with teenage years, you're going through hormones and puberty, like, you're dealing with other things. Adding a relationship on top of that, you're signing up for pain. Like, you don't even understand yourself. How do you expect yourself to manage yourself and another person? Right. Social media is fucking that up. It really is. Because social media was always meant to be targeted towards the older demographic. It always was. But the amount of younger people on it, it has slowly shifted to cater towards the younger audience. But it doesn't change the initial purpose of it. So everyone that is younger now is consuming things that is meant for the older generation, and they are seeing the same internet expectations as those people. It is warping what they should expect for themselves. Imagine you're single, surrounded by couples, and wanting to have one too, but you're avoiding all the stress and issues that come with having a couple, especially so young. Yeah. It's like childhood, you should just experience your childhood, enjoy it. Teenager. Enjoy the years that you're a teenager, even if you're going through depression and every other shit. You have enough issues to deal with for your own person. You don't need to add to that. And you don't have to feel like you need to add to that either. Relationships happen when they happen. It doesn't matter what age you're at. There's no point in rushing it either. It's not gonna work out if you try to rush it. And it's like, if you're in school, right? If you're in K through 12 school, the amount of people that you meet is so small compared to the rest of the world. Your options aren't that many if you're going through K through 12. Once you hit college is when you start to meet everyone from everywhere else, because college is like people from every other nation coming to a giant school. K through 12, you are so limited in your options. You have a very narrow vision at that point. And you're just trying to pick whoever fits what you want the best, even if it's not a perfect fit. The mind is immature, so clearly they're going to fuck it up. Sure, it looks cute by the outside, but also comes with certain responsibility. Damn, we should have that to the panda too. Should have said that to the panda, yeah. It's like, especially when you're young, you don't know what you want. You see person, it's like, oh, I like them. They look nice. They treat me nice. In reality, it could be something else entirely, right? Like, they act nice, they seem nice, they look nice. Then you actually get to know them. And you have two different directions. Either they're actually a nice person and it goes decently, or they give you a bunch of trauma. Because no one knows what the hell they're doing at that age. And a lot of times, with teenagers, when they're growing up, because they do not understand emotions fully, because they're also growing up, they're trying to understand that themselves. Most times than not, they will only care about themselves because they have too many things to think about already, and accidentally or on purpose manipulate the other person in some way, shape, or form. Because when you're a teenager, the logic sometimes doesn't make sense and everything becomes everyone else's problem and fault. It is not your fault anymore. It is their fault. Even if it doesn't make sense to think of it like that. Some people still fucking it up, even being a grown-ass man and woman. Yeah, there are a lot of grown-up people who have the mental maturity of a child. There are a lot of people like that. So it's also important, ignoring age to an extent, for legal reasons to an extent, it's important to meet someone who has the same or similar mental maturity as yourself. Because if you have an offset in between that with whoever your partner is, or whoever your friends are even, you're not going to understand each other as well if you're not at the same or similar mental maturity. Because at a certain point, it becomes the dynamic of one person's the parent and one person's the child. We never stop learning? Exactly. Being a human is constantly learning. That's the whole point. You're constantly learning no matter what age you're at. You're constantly going to fuck up because of that. That's just part of the learning process. And sometimes falling on your face is part of that process and getting trauma from that. That includes relationships. The hope is just that you don't fall into a cycle of depression and abuse and all the other stuff. The hope is that you don't fall into one of those. Some people do. And sometimes they need another person to help them realize that. Because love makes people blind. Love is a wonderful thing. But it's also a horrible thing sometimes. It makes you blind to things. For better or worse. How did we get here? We were playing NIKKE. How did we get here? I think it was because of fire. Love makes people blind, deaf, and overall dumb. Exactly. Love gives us hope. It gives us warmth, but also destroys every single logical explanation in our brain. Like, yeah, that makes sense. I don't care though. More than dumb, you say vulnerable? Yeah, vulnerable. But for some people, they feel like they can't be vulnerable with the person they love, which means that's a sign that it's not worth it. If you feel like you can't be vulnerable with the person you love, that ain't it. If you don't feel safe with them, that ain't it. If you feel like you can't say something to them because of how they would react, that ain't it. But sometimes love makes it feel like that doesn't matter. Because that person is more important than ourselves. That's what it feels like, when in reality it should be a balanced relationship. Been there, done that. Our numbers have dwindled.
それなのに4人が死に
From 10 down
残
to
りはたったの
6.
6人だ
なるほど。
Oh,
6人か。
6.
残りの隊員は元気だとでも
He does not give a shit. I ask you, how do you think those who remain are feeling?
6人中2人は腕が壊れ始め他の2人も剣がボロボロだ
Two of them have sustained serious damage to their arms, and another two have broken swords.
みんな限界まで追い詰められている
We are quickly approaching our limit.
そりゃ私も分かっている。
I know that. Scarlet slams her fist on the desk.
分かっている分かっているのにこうしてのんきに座っているのか
If that is true, then why are you sitting here doing nothing?
手を打つべきだ部隊の指揮官なのだろう
Are thou not the commander of our squad? Get up and do something. Wet thyself. What if I don't wanna? Too bad. On the topic of love, funny enough, it doesn't matter what age you are. In terms of being able to give people advice about love, what matters is how much experience you have with it. And how much trauma you have. Because the more trauma you have from love, the better advice you can give to other people, funny enough. A bata of water. God damn it. A bata of water, mate. Are you trying to be British or Australian? You feel like you're missing a great deal of context? If you passed out in between, then yes. We have had a very long conversation about love because of Fire. Fire came in here and told us the woes of his most recent, I believe, confession. It did not go the best. You went to shower, then make food. You're missing a great deal of context. I don't know, both sound like they got a potato in their mouth when they talk. A potato? Butter of water. Butter of water. We had a deep talk, we did. It's like TLDR, the younger generation trying to find love in a relationship because they feel pressured to, compared to like the older generation when they started dating initially. The age and expectations, especially from social media, has become... I don't know how to word it properly, but it's just become too much. It's like, why does a teenager, like a young teenager, feel like they have to be in a relationship when they don't even understand themselves? They're still growing. Peer pressure? Yeah, peer pressure is part of it. Peer pressure has always been a thing growing up, but why has the expectations shifted from other things to dating and like being grown up when you obviously aren't a grown up? Because those are the expectations you would usually have when you're in like high school moving into college, right? Now it's become middle school where people have that expectation. The internet has done things to the younger generation. Technology in general. Technology is a great thing, if used correctly. Most people aren't using it correctly, at least in terms of their mental health.
任務中何もしないにしても任務外では役に立つべきではないのか
Even if you're not on the field, surely thou can make thyself useful working behind the scenes.
少なくと
Tell
も
him
指揮
useless.
官なら
For
こ
someone
の
in
部
your
隊を率い
position,
る者ならそれくらいはするべきであろう
that's the least you could do.
レン、落ち着きなさい。
Calm down, Scarlet.
あなたの言う通り、指揮官よ。
He's still our superior officer. Scarlet steps back.
驚いた。
Eesh, she scared me.
君たちの言いたいことはわかる。
I understand where you're coming from.
だが、腹を立てたところで何も変わらない。
However, getting into a huff won't change anything about our situation.
支援の件は戦況が悪いからということだから。
As for the supplies, it's because everything is in shambles out there.
もう少し待ってくれ。
We'll just have to hold out a little longer.
本当に戦況のせいなのでしょうか。
You say that,
この間任務であった部隊の子たちは
yet the other squad that we met previously
それなりの支援を受けているようでした。
seem to be receiving perfectly adequate supply shipments.
むしろここまで何の支援もない部隊の方が珍しいような。
It's highly unusual for a squad of our stature to be deprived of supplies.
違いますか？
When you say,
それは。
what?
そいつらは私たちより成果を上げているのだろう。
It's probably because the other squads have accomplished more than us.
そうだ。まだ上層部から認められるほどの成果を上げていないから。だから支援が受けられないんだ。
That must be it. We haven't given the higher-ups what they want, and that's why we're not getting any support.
ああ、成果ですか。
Results. Please.
何をふざけたことを
What drivel.
そこで
At any rate,
新しい任務だ。
we've been assigned a new mission.
また任務ですか？
Another assignment.
この任務さえ終われば私たちにも正式部隊の承認が下りるはずだ。
Once we complete this, our designation as an official squad will finally come through.
そうすれば正式に部隊の名前もつくぞ。
Then we'll be able to have an official squad name.
支援も他の部隊と同じように受けられるはずだ。
We'll receive just as much support as all the other squads.
多分な。
Probably.
それは実に頼もしい話だな
You expect us to believe that.
仕方ないだろう。
We don't have much of a choice.
ラプチャーと戦争中なのだから。
This is war.
やるよな。
You'll do it, won't you?
いや、やるしかない。
You have to.
そうすれば君たちが望む支援を受けられるんだ。そうだろ？
And if you want the support you feel you deserve, you have to do it.
答えろ。承知したと伝えるからな。
So let's get the show on the road and show them what we're made of, okay?
ひとまずわかりました。
Fine.
みんなと相談してみます。
I'll notify the others.
ああ、
Good.
レン、行こう。
Let's go, Scarlet.
分かった
Very well. Rose and Scarlet approach the door.
そうか。
Rose?
はい。
Yes?
君だけ残ってくれ。
May I talk to you for a moment?
私だけですか？
Alone?
ああ、
Yes, just you.
わかりました。
Okay.
先に戻る
I'll see you later. Scarlet heads outside on her own. You would say you can throw into this discussion with your history? Yeah. You have a lot you can put into there.
話が通じないなら仕方
There's
ない
one
わ
thing
ね。
I do want to say though about dating young. Like on one hand, the peer pressure and feeling like you need to find someone early, that's a bunch of bullshit. You'll find the one slash the people when you do. You'll go through your trials and tribulations of romance once you do. But there is one benefit to starting young, at least in terms of when I started. It's a lot earlier compared to the other people I know, is that you go through that a lot earlier and you learn what you want a lot faster. Do you get more trauma because of that? Yes. But you learn what your own expectations are a lot faster compared to other people. And you can avoid that, hopefully, in the next attempts. You learn that you find it once you stop looking. At least that's what happened to you. Yeah, when you're trying to find someone, it just becomes tiring in every aspect. You feel like you're failing because you can't find the person when you're trying the hardest. And you feel like you're running out of time when you're consciously thinking about it continuously. But the moment you stop is when things become a little more peaceful, and if someone just happens to stumble into your life, it just feels a lot better. Because it didn't feel like you forced it to happen, it just happened, it was meant to be. Let's go trauma. No, we're not cheering for the trauma. I'm just saying sometimes trauma does have its merits. I'm not saying people should get traumatized, I'm not saying that. It just has some benefits sometimes.
今何と言った？
Also, damn. Why damn? Did that just say what I think you said?
反乱だと？
A rebellion.
反乱を起こそうと言ったのか？
Are you truly positing the notion that we rebel?
そうよ。
Yes, you heard me right.
どう考えても司令部は私たちを支援するつもりがなさそうだから。
Support isn't coming. There's no way around that.
このまま行けば全員死ぬだけよ。
If things don't change, we're all done for.
だから怠け者の注意を脅してでも
We need to do whatever is necessary to get the supplies sent here.
支援してもらおうってわけ。
Even if it means intimidating our lazy elf of a lieutenant.
姉さん！
Dost thou hear what thou art even saying?
聞こえてるよ。大声出さなくても大丈夫。
I'm right here, you don't have to shout.
周囲から何か聞いたのか？
What did the lieutenant tell you?
あいつ姉さんに一体何を？
What could he have told you that...
大した話じゃないよ。愚痴を聞いてあげただけ。
Nothing, he was merely rattling off a list of complaints.
いつものやつ。
Like always.
それならば
That's not true,
なぜ
Chad.
だ？
And why in the name of all that is holy have we come to such an extreme conclusion? I love how they use that phrase. In the name that all that is holy. I used to say that a lot when I was younger. It just rolls off the tongue.
なぜ急にこのような極端なことを？
There must be a reason.
なんでって。
What do you think?
注意は私たちの意見を聞くつもりもないし。
The lieutenant has no intention of hearing us out.
本部は私たちの状況がどれほどひどいのか知らないみたいだから。
And HQ seems completely unaware of how dire our situation is.
少しだけ困らせてあげようかなって。
I'm merely suggesting that we don't make things so easy for them.
騒ぎ立てれば鬱陶しくなって何かしてくれるかもしれないから。
If we make some noise, they might at least give us something.
だからって人間を脅そうというのか？
So you're proposing that we threaten a human being.
ラプチャーを倒すために作ったこの剣で 人間を
You intend to take the sword, which was given to us to slay raptures, and wield it against a human.
ニケである私たちが
How can thee, as a NIKKE, utter such profane words?
うん。ニケである私たちが
Yes,
人間を脅そうって言ってるの。
that's exactly what I'm proposing.
このままじゃみんな死ぬだけだから。
Because if we don't, we're going to die out here.
しかし
But
今回の任務見た？
did you get a glimpse about the mission briefing?
あ
I saw.
第五司令部の武器庫奪還出会った
We're to recapture the 5th Arms Depot.
そうよ。今までとは比べ物にならないくらい難しい任務なのに。
It's a suicide mission, far more difficult than anything we've done previously.
人数は半分。
And that's with our ranks nearly cut in half.
しかも明日決行。
Not only that, but we're supposed to roll out on at first dawn tomorrow.
何の準備もできていないのに。
We're not even close to being prepared for such an operation.
このままじゃ今度こそ全員死んじゃうかもしれない。
If we head out in our current state,
そんな任務できると思う？
we all are likely to be exterminated.
だからって人間を脅そうというのか
Be as that may, how can we stoop as low as to threaten a human?
そもそもそんなことができると思うのか
Is that even possible in the first place?
まあなんとかなるでしょ。
There must be some way we can get to work.
軽く言うでない
Do not speak of it so casually as if we're a lark.
ふざけてるように見えた？
Is that how you see it?
本気なんだけど。
This is no joking matter to me, I'm quite serious.
姉さん
Rose,
みんなにも一人ずつ聞いてみたの。
I've already run it by the others.
二人は賛成、
Two agree to it,
二人は反対。
and two opposed.
レンが反対するなら半々ってわけね。
If he opposed, he'll be split down the middle.
みんなもう選択したというのか
So everyone has already made up their minds.
だからレン、次はあなたの番よ。
Yes, and now it's up to you to do the same.
レンはどうしたい？
What do you want to do?
やっぱり反対？
I presume you oppose.
ああ反対だ
Yes, I oppose.
みんなを死地へ追いやる任務をやるっていうのね。
So you're suggesting that we accept this suicide mission, which will surely ruin us.
父へ追いやる
Since when were we
いつ私たちがそんなことを恐れた
so afraid of death?
私たちは常に死を前にして任務へ赴き
We have always put our lives on the line when out in the field,
数多くの困難を乗り越えてきた
and we've been through hell and back.
フェアリーテールモデルでもないただの量産型ニケに過ぎないが
Yes, we may not be grooms models. Yes, we may only be mass-produced NIKKEs.
人類のため人類を守るという誇りを持って
But we still have our pride. Pride in our role of protecting humanity.
今まで戦いに耐えてきたのだ
That's what has kept us going in all these hellacious firefights until now.
だからこそ部隊のみんなは命を懸け
That's why everyone in our squad is willing to give our lives to the cause.
死を迎えるその瞬間まで戦うことができた
And fight until the bitter end, even when death stares us in the face.
それなのに今さら死ぬかもしれないという理由だけで
So are you to tell me now, when we're faced with yet another mission that threatens our lives,
簡単に手放すことなどできるはずなかろう
that we are to shrink back, throw up our hands and give up?
手放してしまったら
If we give up now,
死んだ仲間たちは彼女たちはなぜ死んだ
what of our fallen
なぜ
comrades?
命を懸けたのだ何のためだ
What were their deaths for? Did they die for nothing?
レン、
Scarlet.
周囲を脅し 支援を受けられたとしよう。
Let us humor your harebrained scheme. Say we strong-arm the lieutenant and get the supplies we need.
ではその次は
What then?
人類連合軍からは裏切り者として、ラプチャーからは敵として、
We would be considered traitors to the United Forces of Humanity.
どこにも心休まる場所はなく、永遠にさまよい続けることになるだろう。
Nowhere would be safe. We would forever be on the run.
私たちの望みはそんなものではなかったはずだ。
Is that what you really want?
姉さんが言っていたではないか。
Haven't you always said that
この世に永遠などない。
nothing lasts forever in this world?
私たちも同じだ。永遠に生きられぬのだとしたら、
Does that not apply to our lives? To our time on this planet?
私は
I am not obsessed with how I die.
どのように死ぬかよりも、どのように生きるかを選ぶ。
I'd rather decide on how I live.
裏切り者の烙印を押され、一生逃げ回るくらいなら、
Rather than be a traitor and forever be a fugitive.
愚かだと言われても、ニケとして
I'd prefer to die fighting.
最後の最後まで戦って死ぬ。
Even if it doesn't seem logical or self-preserving, I am a NIKKE.
死に方よりも生き方の方が大事。
How we live is more important than how we die.
最後まで戦って死ぬ。
So you'd prefer to fight until the very end.
その気持ち永遠に変わらない？
Do you think you always feel that way?
変わらぬようにしてみせる。
I will certainly try.
どんな苦難が待っていても
Even if you're faced with great hardship.
どんな苦難が待っていても、
Yes, even then.
大人になったね、レン。
You've grown.
最初はラプチャーを怖がって任務エリアに飛び降りることさえできなかったのに。
I still remember when you were too scared to take that leap towards the raptures.
それは最初の任務だったから。
That's a long time ago. Our first mission.
本当に大人になったわ。
My, what a long way you've come.
何を言っておるのだ、急に。
What are you talking about?
姉さん、
Rose.
そっか、そんなに嫌なら
Very well, since you're so vehemently opposed.
仕方ないね。
I suppose I don't have much choice.
任務決行は明日だからとりあえず行こう。
Since the mission is tomorrow, I guess we'll do it.
そうか。
Good thinking, dear sister.
今回の任務が終わったら
I-
その時
After this mission is over,
その時にまた考えましょう。
we can speak about this further.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
お礼なんて
Don't mention it.
みんなは私が説得するから明日の任務の準備をしてて。
I'll take care of convincing the others. You focus on preparing for tomorrow's deployment.
わかった。
Okay. Rose turns and leaves. That is a false hope, chat. Because in the most recent chapters, even if you don't know how this event goes,
私たちの存在を証明する時が来
Rose
たわ。
referenced how she was trying to be a good big sister and ended up making a very grave mistake.
星より民の愛が生み出した力をとくとご覧なさい。力の限り美しくあって。心配しないで、美しい。
There's so much ass on my screen. I'm just watching Cindy. It's like I see Libby's ass to the side.
いかがでしょう。
Nice.
王の威厳が感じられましたか。
Scarlet cracks open a small window. The cold winter breeze pushes its way through the room. Only 2 more days until the new year. Then the alcohol, which had been stored safely for months, can finally be imbibed. Can finally be imbibed. Imbibed. Scarlet still could not fathom why someone would willingly ingest such a bitter tonic. But the notion of sharing another drink with her sister, thinking of how she could spend more time with the others, the idea that would bring a modicum of comfort to her squad mates who were at their breaking point.
あと2日。たった2日。過ぎさえすれば。
2 more days. Just 2 more days. Scarlet closes the window and attempts to force herself to sleep.
レン、
Scarlet,
ごめんね。
don't do it.
姉さん。
Rose. Scar-
誰だ
Who is it?
起きて。今、そうかが。
Wake up. Roses. When Scarlet steps out into the hallway, everything is in chaos. Scarlet. One of the Nikkas lies on the ground in a puddle of her own blood. Next to her stand 2 other Nikkas who stare at Scarlet blankly.
君たちが。なぜ
What have you done? All 3 of the Nikkas were her squad mates.
何が
What's happening? The Nikkas in the pool of blood grasp Scarlet's ankle.
そうか。止めないと。注意を。殺しに。
You have to stop Rose. She went to kill the lieutenant. What? Hurry.
分かった
Very well. The 2 Nikkas brandish their swords at Scarlet.
どいてくれ
Both of you, move! Both swords' tip remain pointed squarely at Scarlet, not budging.
そちらがその気なら
If you refuse to comply,
切らせてもらう
then I'll be forced to cut you down. Scarlet draws her sword. Mortar, chat. Mortar. What I need to do is make a list of things that the central government has done over the course of this game. That is fucked up. It's gonna be a very long list. I just want to see how long it gets. Because this entire squad is a very big bullet point.
星はいつだって進むべき道を教えてくれるの。
A few hours prior. Persona 5 Royal at the screen issue again. What is the screen issue? Is it... I know there's one issue where it full screens on the wrong screen. Is it that or is it something else? Describe the issue, Dima. Easy said Ghosty helped you fix the last time. Is it not working the same way? Is the fix not working? It just goes black. I never had that happen before. Every now and then you can see minor flickers of color. That might be connected to the graphics settings in how your graphics card interacts with it. Because sometimes when I think it's either something with VSync or one of the other enhancer settings that causes that. Like, it makes the processing faster, but for some older games it completely breaks it. If there's an acceleration option in the settings, it might be that. I'm trying to fix it after stream if you're continuously having it. A few hours prior. Because from what I can tell, the fix was very temporary. Rose saunters toward the commander's room. You just need to non-full screen it and it works again. Yeah, that's the graphic settings then. Anything else that tries to capture that window is gonna glitch out. That's what's happening in Discord then. Funny enough, it's the same way that Windows graphics works, by the way. If your screen ever turns completely black and it starts flickering, you can see in Discord just fine. It's fine for you, not for other people. You do not know what I was seeing last time it was in the call. The last time, it was flickering between two screens. What you were currently casting and a frame of when the casting started. It does not look good in Discord if you're watching it from another account. If anything, it might cause epilepsy for people who have it. Yosate serves the commander's room, recalling the conversation she had with him only moments ago.
何か私にお話があったのでは?
Well, you're the one who asked me to stay behind, so out with it.
その
Otherwise, working again. It's a very temporary fix, though, Dima. Also, is it with the game or is it with, like, other things?
言いにくい内容でしたら無理におっしゃらなくても。
If you feel uncomfortable, you don't have to say it.
どれだけ
How
生き残るつもりだ
much time do you think you'll have left?
はい?
What?
今回の任務でどれだけ生き残るのかと聞いている
You'll just deal with it when it pops up again. It's just the game. Yeah, it's the graphic settings for the game then. Also, your solution for it is just, yeah, we'll deal with that later. Every single time. You get a head pat. Also a bonk. That's not how you deal with the issue. That's the graphic settings. How many of you do you expect to come back from this mission?
わあ、注意は私たちに全く興味がないのかと思ってました。
It works good enough. That's like saying if you have a car and one of your tires is slightly wobbly and loose, it's like it works good enough. It's not gonna become an issue later. Stares at you. And here I thought you had no interest in us.
そんな質問もできるんですね。
No, you're not supposed to agree, Dima. That's very dangerous. And here you are asking me such a question.
ふざけていないでちゃんと答えろ
Quit kidding around and give me a straight answer.
どれだけ生き残りそうだ
How many of you do you think are realistically going to come back alive from this?
先ほど申し上げた通り、状況は最悪です。
Like I already told you, the situation could hardly get any worse.
任務に参加できる者は6人しかいないのに、そのうちの半分はすでに限界に達しています。
There are only 6 of us left, and half of us are on the end of our tether.
そして今回の任務は、今までとは比べ物にならないほど難しい任務です。
On top of that, this mission is infinitely more difficult compared to those we've done before.
そうだな
You're right.
しかし、だからといっておとなしく死ぬわけにはいきませんよね。
Having said that, we're not just going to roll over and die.
なんとかして全員生き残らないと。
We'll do whatever it takes to survive.
全員
You think all of you can make it?
はい、 断言はできませんが、でもなんとか。
I can't guarantee anything, but if we put our minds to it, we can.
全員全員だと
All of you, huh? You drive on the freeway with a flat just fine. Dima, no. Bad.
注意？
Lieutenant?
何が全員だ
All of you?
注意？
Lieutenant, are you alright?
そうだな、そう言うと思っていたよ。
Dima, yes. Dima, no. All of you. I knew you would say that.
どうせ一人を除いて全員死ぬのに最善を尽くすだのなんだの。
Dima, goon. That's fine. Dima, go goon. Let me tell you something. In the end, only one of you will survive. Yet here you are, bullivating about how you'll do your best.
今何とおっしゃいました？
Only one?
一人を除いて全員死ぬ？
Only one of us is going to make it.
誰がですか？
Who?
私たちが？
Isn't me.
私たちが全員死ぬとおっしゃったのですか？
You just said we'll all die, didn't you?
まさかだから補給品が来ないのですか？
Don't tell me that's why we aren't receiving the supplies.
注意！
Lieutenant?
知るか。そうだ、全員死ぬんだ。
Okay, yes. Yes, damn it, everyone's gonna die.
だから支援が受けられないんだ。わかったか？
That's why we've been left hanging high and dry. Got it?
君たちがいくら任務を成功させ続けても、
It doesn't matter how much you succeed in your assignments.
最後の一人になるまで支援などない。
They refuse to lend us any further support until just one of you is left.
なぜですか？
But why?
私たちが量産型ニケだから？
Is it because we're mass-produced models?
量産型？
Don't make me laugh.
いっそ平凡な量産型ならまだマシだったろうにな。
If anything, it would have been preferable if you're ordinary mass-produced Nikkes.
近接型ニケだのなんだの。
But you're not. You're melee Nikkes.
プロトタイプは所詮プロトタイプ。それを真似しようとしたせいでこんなことになったんじゃないか。
You're all merely prototypes, but you tried to be like the others, and that's why it came to this.
私たちは成果を上げましたよね。
But we achieved results.
このままいけば実用性があるって、正式部隊になれるかもしれないってあの時。
You said if we kept it up, we could become an officially sanctioned squad.
だからなんだって言うんだ。非効率極まりないのに。
Results? Yes. Good results? Not so much.
戦闘に出るたびにどこか壊れているじゃないか。
You all sustain damage every time you go into battle.
思考転換率が
These are
高い。
mass-produced.
ラプチャーを間近で見るから精神的な崩壊も早いのだろう。
Unless we forget the innately high rate of mind switch amongst y'all. You yourself said that your mental state deteriorates faster because you're seeing the raptures up close.
維持費がかかるものを量産する必要などない。
How could a unit that requires so much hands-on maintenance possibly be mass-produced?
いっそ特殊個体を一体作った方がマシだ。
That was a loud crack. That was from my neck. Ugh, how stiff. They'd much rather invest in producing a new type of unit altogether.
維持費が高い。
Because
特殊個体一体。
it would require more maintenance. A special unit.
まさか一人だけ残して新しいフェアリーテールタイプのニケを作るおつもりですか？
You're waiting until there's just one of us left, and then turn us into a Grimm's model.
そうだ。
That's right.
残った一人はフェアリーテールボディになる。そのために残されるんだ。
Whoever remains will be converted into a Grimm's model. That's why we only need one of you.
だからどんどん難しい任務が与えられていたのですね。
Can you break my back? Please do. So that's why the missions have been getting harder.
一番長く生き残る者を選別するために。
It's to filter out the weak and select the strongest amongst us.
話が早いな。
You catch on quickly. Horny? I'm not horny, you're horny.
今回の任務、私たちは行きません。
We're not doing this mission.
なんだと？
What?
やりません。
They said we won't do it.
そうすれば最後の一人が現れることもないから。
I
みんな生
refuse
き残れます
to
よ。
go along with this insane plan of yours.
何を言ってるんだ。そんなことが許されるわけないだろう。
Here's the thing with Rose. What she could have done is told the whole squad what their squad was meant for, instead of just giving them the option of rebelling or not. They need the context to why. They need the full context is a better way to say it. We're both horny? You're more horny than me currently, I think. What the hell is this? What do you think you're doing?
私たちがやらないと言っているのです。
We have a
何が
right
いけ
to
ないのですか？
refuse.
任務を拒否する量産型ニケだと？
What the hell you do?
そんなものが生きていられると思うのか？
A mass-produced NIKKE turning down a standing order.
思考転換だと判断されるはずだ。
They'll think you all suffered a mind switch.
全員処分されたいのなら好きにするがいい。
If you all want to be sent to the scrap heap, then be my guest. Refuse the mission.
まあ、それでも最高の一人を選ぶ必要がある。
It won't matter in the end.
今までのデータを元にするなりして、
We've accrued enough data to be able to choose the strongest among you.
一人は生き残るだろうな。
We can still pare it down to just one candidate.
だから、変なことは考えるな。
Don't try and get smart with me.
どうせ君が一番強いんだ。
You're the strongest of everyone here, so you'll be the one who survives.
おとなしく、一人で生き残ればいいだろう。
Just follow your orders and you'll make it out of this alive.
どうして全員を生かそうとする？
Why are you trying to save everyone?
妹のためか？
It's because of your sister.
こんな時代に家族なんて何の意味もない。
In times like this, family doesn't mean squat.
そもそもニケになった時点で同じ血など流れていないのに何が妹だ。
You're Nikke's. You no longer share the same blood, and yet you insist on calling her your sister.
ただのライバルだろう。
It's a jungle out there, and everyone is in competition.
ライバル。
もう終わりにしよう。
Enough of this.
一体私が何をしたって言うんだ。
What did I ever do to deserve this?
君たちの指揮官になればいいところで一生安全に暮らせると言うから来てやったのに。
I was told that if I became your commander, I'd be set for life. I could live peacefully, they said.
私は戦場には住みたくない。これ以上無駄に長引かせるな。
So why? Why do you continue to drag me out here and make me live on a battlefield? Your eyes are throbbing? Rest your eyeballs, Zima. Rest them.
よく聞け。
You listen, and listen good.
君が生き残りたいなら全員殺せ。
Spin hurt? Zima, go lie down. Go lie down and put something over your eyes. If you want to survive, everyone else has to die.
君たちはそのために作られた舞台で終わり方はもう決まっているんだ。
This is what your squad was created for in the first place. This is the way things have to end. Why does God want to see you in pain? God wants to see everyone in pain.
だから全員生き残るだのなんだのふざけたことを言うのはやめろ。
The Darling Persona 5. Are you currently going through your New Game Plus run? Is that what you're doing? So stop saying that everyone will live.
早くこの戦場での生活を終わらせてくれ。
This is the only way I can get out of this hellhole.
君も早く終わりにしたいだろう。
Do you want to be done with this place too?
支援を受けたいと言っていたじゃないか。
You want supplies?
うまい飯を食べて休みたいだろう。
You want to eat good food and rest.
そろそろ片付けて戻ろ
Well then, let's get this over with and go back.
うなあ。そうすればお互いに幸せじゃないか。
It'll be good for both of us.
それに幸せになるのは私たちだけじゃない。
Not just us, in fact.
あいつらもどうせ行くなら苦しまずに行く方が幸せだろう。
Maybe. You get ahead, Pat Dima. The thing with New Game Plus run, there are a few new things, but most of the time you can just skip through. You can fast forward everything. If they're destined to die anyway, you can give them a painless death. And their suffering. Despair thoughts swirled through Rose's mind. Would the sole survivor really live on? The company never intended for their squad to last from the very beginning. Even if there was one lone survivor, what would prevent them from turning them into a lab rat, sucking out their essence and planting it into other bodies? There was no way to completely restore a body and mind damaged by countless battles. The higher-ups almost certainly wanted to extrapolate their proficiencies and experiences and transfer them to a more proper subject. In the end, even the lone survivor would be rendered asunder, eradicated, and left as a mere compilation of ones and zeros. The more their squad succeeded, the more they played into the enemy's hand. They were meant to suffer, until they expired. That was the fate which had been accorded to them.
そうですね。その通りです。
Yes, right.
永遠なんてありません。
Nothing lasts forever. Rose continued to ruminate. If their succeeding would lead to their downfall, then failure was naturally the only viable path to survival. If she wanted to defy the expectations that had been placed upon them, then she had to aim for failure in its most absolute form.
だろ
I'm glad you're coming around.
う。よく決心したな。私たちだけでも生き残るべきだ。
At least you know you're going to make it out of here. No, you're not. Rose's mind continues to swirl with a panoply of thoughts. Panoply? Pineapple. I had pineapple yesterday. Then she makes a decision. She knows what to protect and what to discard. Rose stands in front of the door.
注意、そうかです。
Lieutenant, it's Rose.
少々お時間よろしいですか？
Do you have a moment?
折り入ってご相談があります。
I have something important I need to discuss with you. Scarlet sprints through the hallways. Despite the fact she is a NIKKE and there is no conceivable way she would be out of breath, she nevertheless feels strangely winded as she runs. An oppressive feeling of unease rises in her chest and then presses down, crushing her. If Rose crossed a line from which there was no coming back, what would she do?
頼む、姉さん。
Please, Rose, don't! By the time she arrived at the commander's room, Rose was standing there alone. The walls and the ceiling were torn apart and stained crimson.
待ってたよ。
There you are. Drenched in human blood. Knife go swing.
私たちの存在を証明する時が来たわ。
待って。
Don't you love it when you have to behead your own sibling?
星より民の愛が生み出した力を
夢から目覚める時間よ。
いかがでしょう。王の威厳が感じられましたか？
I like how in the NIKKE universe, the fact that you still have a human brain, you can still feel emotions, you're still human in that aspect. but the fact that your body is now in a machine strips away all human rights. At least back when this happened. Like 100 or so years ago. I love how that logic applies. I say in disgust. Girl looks around in horror at their commanding officer lying dead on the ground in the lifeless body of their squad mate.
全て姉さんがやったのか。
Water. And the back stretch becomes stiff. Ah. My spine. How have I drank through more than half of my water today? I was sipping on it in between without the hydrates too. I think that's why. Did you do this?
思ったより早かったね。
You came sooner than I thought you would.
止めてくれる子たちがいたから、もう少しかかるかと思ったのに。
I thought they'd at least be able to hold you back for a while longer.
答えてくれ。
Answer me.
うん。私が切ったの。
Yes, I did.
注意も、この子も。
Both the lieutenant and her.
どうして思考転換でも起きたのか。
How? Are you going through a mind switch? Rose holds up a red strip of cloth in one hand.
これで目を隠して。
I covered my eyes with this.
ラプチャーだって思って切ったら。
When I did the deed, I simply imagined that they were raptures.
ちゃんと切れたよ。
As you can see, it proved effective.
そんなことが可能なのか。
Is that even possible?
うん。不思議でしょ？
Apparently so. Interesting, isn't it? Context chat. NIKKEs are programmed with nymph that control their brain and their memories, right? There's a code in the nymph that prevents them from harming any human. It can be turned off through, like, higher in command people, and for squads that need to do assassinations, but for most of them it's on. Rose just found a loophole. If she doesn't see what she's cutting, she can cut anything. They reference that in the later chapters as well with Mir, and how they deem her as someone that can cut through anything.
私たちは人間を切れないって制約があるから。
Our inhibitors prevent us from harming humans.
人間じゃないって思うように自分に暗示をかけたらどうかなって思ったんだけど。
So I wanted to test if I tricked myself into believing they weren't human, if I could do it.
うまくいっちゃった。
Turns out it worked.
ちょうど私たちの服にも赤いところがあるでしょ。
Thanks to this red cloth.
それを見ながら目を隠せばラプチャーのコアだって錯覚できるし。
When I was looking through it, I imagined that what I was looking at was the glowing red core of a rapture.
強く思い込めば周りで動くものがラプチャーって思えるかもしれないなって。
I just kept telling myself that anything that moved was a rapture.
思い通りになって私も驚いたけどね。
I must say, I'm surprised at how effective it was.
どうして。
Why?
それからこの子は。
As for her, Rose looks down at her fallen squad mate with sadness.
動かないでって言ったのに動いちゃったの。
I told her not to move, but she didn't listen.
目隠しするからわからないって言っておいたのに。
I told her I couldn't see well with my eyes covered like that.
周囲以外の人を切るつもりはなかったの。残念なことになったわ。
I didn't mean to go after anyone but the lieutenant.
どうして。
Why, damn you?
姉さん、どうしてこんなことをしたのだ。どうして。
Why are you doing this?
分かったと言っていたではないか。ひとまず任務をすると。
You agreed to the mission.
私の意見を聞くと。そう言ったではないか。
You said you would listen to me.
うん。そうだったね。
Yes, I did.
ならば、なぜ。
So what is happening?
花に10日の紅なし。
No flower blooms in perpetuity.
この世に 永遠なんてないから。
Nothing lasts forever in this world.
その気持ち永遠に変わらない？
Do you think you always feel that way?
変わらぬようにしてみせる。
I'll certainly try.
どんな苦難が待っていても。
Even if you're faced with great hardship.
どんな苦難が待っていても。
Yes, even then.
あの時、結局私は
I never convinced you in the
姉
first
さんを説
place.
得できなかったのか。
悔しい？
You don't resent me for this, do you?
それなら証明してよ。
Then prove it.
人類を守りながら生きるという、その気持ちは永遠に変わらないという。
You said that you would protect
例の言葉を。
humanity, and that you'd always feel the way you did.
目の前に人類の裏切り者がいるでしょ。
Here I am, a traitor who has betrayed humanity.
ラプチャーを切るための剣で
With this very sword intended to fill raptures.
仲間を切り、人間を切ってしまった。
I cut down one of my comrades. I killed a human.
人類の敵が
I'm the enemy.
私に姉さんを切れというのか。
Are you asking me to kill you?
できないと言ったら。
What if I can't do it?
じゃあ仕方ないね。
Then you leave me with no choice.
私もこれだけは譲れないから。
I won't give up until you finish this.
レンが終わらせてくれるまで
I can't stop now.
これで目を隠して切らなきゃ。
I will cover my eyes and slash indiscriminately.
それがラプチャーだろうと人間だろうと。
All will perish under my blade, rapture and human alike.
そうすればレンの剣は迷いなくこの首を狙うでしょ。
If that is the only way to ensure that your blade will come from my neck, then so be it.
残酷だな。本当に。
How can you be so cruel?
私に悪いとは思わないのか。
Have you no remorse?
ごめんね。
More than I can bear.
でも分かってほしい。
Surely you can understand, however.
昔から決めてたの。私の最後は
I decided this a long time ago. The end of my life.
レンと剣を交えて終わりたいって。
I wanted to end in a duel with you. Before Scarlet stood a NIKKE who had murdered a human being. Who had slaughtered one of their own squad members. Turned her back on humanity. Such cruelty could not go unpunished.
グレンだよね。
Scarlet, was it?
いかにも。
Barely, however.
え？
Hmm?
おー、私の妹って元からこんなお年寄りみたいな話し方だったっけ？
Did my sister always talk like she came from the Middle Ages?
生まれたばかりのニケに言うセリフではなかろう。
Steady thy tongue, 'tis most churlish to say such things about a newborn NIKKE.
こんな話し方じゃなかったと思うんだけど。
I just can't imagine my sister being like this.
ニケになって変わったのかな？
Are you sure becoming a NIKKE didn't change you or anything?
わからぬ。
I do not know.
それともニケになる過程で大人になりたいって思ったとか？
Or maybe you developed a certain fascination with different time periods during the transformation process.
わからぬと言ったであろう。
I repeat, I do not know.
そうなの？
Really?
何もわかんない？
You don't know anything?
私のことも？
Not even who I am?
いや。それだけは覚えておる。
No, I do remember you.
君は
You
私の姉だ。
are my sister. Scarlet unsheathes her sword.
一つ約束してくれ。
Promise me one thing.
この件に迷いはない。
Once I begin, I will not hesitate.
だから絶対に
So please, I ask of you,
手を抜かぬと。
do not hold back.
わかった。
I won't. Rose flashes a buoyant grin. Just like on the day they met again after becoming NIKKEs. Rose and Scarlet square up to each other, their swords at the ready.
参るぞ。
How about you?
来なさい。
Come then. Stretchy. Everyone in chat, posture check. Stretch time. Are you shrimping? And that gives us this background, which is very pretty. Let's see where it's from. After this, we got the hard mode scene. Remember, chat, Persona is good, but Personas are just stands of extra steps. God damn it, Dima. Not everything is JoJo reference. The sisters' swords clash. 985. That's the number of sparring matches they had gone through. Yes, it is. No, it is not. Each knew the other's sword as well as their own. Each knew how serious the other was in this duel to the death. Prove to me that they aren't insanely similar. I will make you a slideshow. Not to mention the part thing. I will make you a slideshow of the differences. It's not gonna be very long. They knew all too well. Hush, Dima, hush. I really have to be on my toes.
言ったであろう。
Didn't I tell you?
いつかその余裕
Hush, Dima.
しよってやると。
I refuse to believe that is a JoJo reference. Part 3, Persona 3. Hush. Hush. One day I would wipe that smug grin off your face. Scarlet parries Rose's sword and sends it flying upward. As her blade soars up, there is a momentary gap in her defense. You cannot ignore it. I will ignore it. I'll be blissfully unaware. Also, reverse step, Arcana. Why are you sad, or? Scarlet's sword plunges toward Rose's torso. One step. One more step. And the tip of her blade would pierce through Rose's torso and puncture her core. This traitor of humanity. This turncoat who had betrayed and forsaken her comrades. Reverse death and reversed moon. Oh no. Part 3 stands are based on the tarot cards and what are personas based off of. Dima, I will bonk you. Who had used lights and smiles to deceive. Her only sister. Oh, my dear sister. Rose grabs the tip of Scarlet's sword and pulls it toward her. Scarlet's sword plunges through Rose's core. Scarlet embraces Rose as she collapses. Rose? Scarlet, you must become stronger. Rose wraps her arms around Scarlet. Don't let yourself be controlled by anyone. That's very ironic coming from you and what happens later. I won't. I won't. My dear sister. I'm so sorry. I have to leave you all alone. Scarlet cradles Rose in her arms. The voice acting here is getting me. God damn it. I was mentally prepared for this. I did not prepare enough. When the voice acting hits so good. Ah. I will not cry. I will not have it flow. I feel moisture. I will not have it flow. Do you at least have tissues? No, I forgot. I feel the moisture building up. It is not flowing yet. I'm fine. I'm good. Okay, oh, please.
人類連合軍が私たちの状況を知ったのは
Only after much more time had passed.
すっかり時が流れた後のことだった
Thank you for the head pat. Did the United Forces of Humanity become aware of our situation?
当時戦況はどんどん
Plant mourns the flower. Oi. Oi. Stand users are pulled to each other. And the MC of each game is dragged to what other persona? Dima, we're having an emotional moment. You're just droning on about personas and JoJo references. I'm gonna bonk you. By then the situation had gone worse from... Wait. By then the situation had gone from bad to worse.
最初は任務失敗により全員死んだと思われていた影響も大きい
And when they first came upon us, they thought the mission had been a catastrophic failure, resulting in everyone's death.
上層部は私たちのことを内乱として片付けたらしい
The higher-ups decided to chalk everything up to what they deemed an internal conflict.
ニケが人間を殺せるということを絶対に知られてはいけないと判断したのであろう
They also decided to bury the fact that NIKKE was capable of killing a human. What happened to the other squad members?
全員死んだ
They all died.
ラプチャーに向けるべき剣が互いに向けられて
They died by the sword.
絶望に飲み込まれ彼女らの命を切らせたのだ
The very same blades that had been intended to end the lives of Raptures instead ended theirs.
調査されるべきものが調査され
A thorough investigation was carried out.
回収すべきものがすべて回収された後
And when they left, they took everything they needed.
私はそこに残された
But not me.
そこに残り
I was left behind.
姉さんの剣花に10日の紅なしを握ったまま
As I held my sister's sword, fleetingly fading.
姉さんと仲間たちをこの手で埋めた
I buried what fragments of her remained, along with those of her fallen comrades. Scarlet drinks from her cup.
姉さんがなぜあんなことをしたのか
As for the reason why Rose did what she did,
他の部隊に合流してから聞いたのだよ
I only found that out
そして知ったのだ
after I joined another squad later on.
姉さんが何を捨てて
What she had decided to discard,
何を守ったのか
and what to protect. And you don't have any resentment
誰のことをだい
towards who? Anyone.
さあ
Well, Charlotte pours a drink.
これだけ時間が過ぎると
If you give it enough years,
悲しみも恨みも
sadness, resentment,
歳月に揉まれ消えていくのだ
they all fade away with the passage of time.
ある意味姉さんの言葉が正しかったのかもしれない
That's one thing Rose got right.
この気持ちさえ永遠ではなかったのだから
Nothing lasts forever.
ほほう坊ちゃん気を落とさせてしまったようだな
There's so much drama between NIKKEs and humans, I often forget that the actual enemies are the robot animals. Yeah, that's the thing. The actual enemies, according to humanity, are the Raptures. Just the funny thing about that, the only reason the Raptures are our enemies is because humanity attacked first. Well, not attacked, but desecrated first, because the Ark and the lift are both powered by giant rapture cores, so we desecrated their kind before they even attacked. We are the reason this war happened. Humanity is fucked. In more ways than one. My lord does seem more morose than myself.
顔を上げて、あそこを見ておくれ。
Don't be like that and look before you.
日が昇ってきたぞ。
The sun is rising. Seems about right for humans. Yeah. Humanity is the one that chose to experiment on other creatures, / aliens, / beings, and now we're paying the price for it. Isn't that what usually happens? Curiosity gets the better of us and we end up committing atrocities that later come to bite us in the ass. As I look toward the horizon, a ruby light is beginning to spread in the distance. The horizon is bathed in a vermilion hue. The sun itself a vibrant red, reminding us of the passing of another year.
美しいであろう。
'Tis most remarkable.
空が赤く染まっていく様が
The way in which the red light spreads.
華やかに咲き誇る花のようではないか。
It's very faint, but the music is so nice here. I need to find... Actually, now that I think about it, because I never did this archives, I might not have this track. If they ever rerun Scarlet's Gotcha skin, which I do want, and I regret not getting the first time around, I might put this music with it. It would go well together. I'll do that. It's most reminiscent of a flower blooming. Indeed.
坊ちゃん、
My lord.
姉さんが言っていた通り、この世に永遠などない。
As Rose said, nothing lasts forever in this world.
一年が終わり、新しい年が始まるように。
As this year passes into the next, another greets us.
時間は流れ、世界は変化していくのだ。
Time flows ceaselessly, and the vicissitudes of the world continue unabated.
だから、過去を悲しむより、
So rather than drowning in the sorrows of the past,
流れていく今という時間を
should we not
大切
instead
に生きていくべきではないかね。
live in the present?
さらに時が流れ、今が過去になった時に、また悲しまなくて済むように。
That way, sorrow will not overtake us with the passage of time, and the present incessantly becomes the past. I understand what you mean.
うん。そういうわけで、
Good. Now, with that being said,
新しい年を迎えながら、
let's bring in the
酒
new
でも
year
飲もうぞ。
with a drink. Scarlet raises her glass.
まだ私たちが若く咲いていることに感謝を込めて。
To our lives continuing to bloom. We clink our glasses.
どうだい？新年最初の酒は。
Oh, what do you think of your first drink of the new year? It's a bit bitter.
まるで人生のようだな。
In other words, it's like life. This chat. This is the event that convinced me to play the game. Let's sweep through this for the hard mode scene.
王子様、今の私は美しい？
My brother did right in introducing me to the goddess god as the introduction to NIKKE, because before that, from what I saw in the ads, I thought it was just a horny booty shooter like any other person, right? That's what I thought it was from the ads. He introduced me to the goddess god. He introduced me to Red Ash and Overzone. I was sold with that part. It's like, okay, this is a story with lore. There's actually lore with it. And now you're the NIKKE wiki. Yes. How things have changed. But this event, Because the other two is like, okay, there's a story, there's a squad, this preconceived storyline where there's depression and hardship. Fair enough, right? This event and how it treats the outlook towards life is what convinced me to start playing. Because I eat that shit up. And I do not regret starting this game at all, aside from the significant hole in my wall that's going to become even bigger over time. Anyways. I do not regret any money I used for this game or the franchise. I'm just staring at my wallet and it's crying in the corner. Anyways. And you're the DVD wiki? Yes, you are, Dina. Page that ass, though. Yeah, bonk you are. The hole in your wallet staring at the Moran skin. It is currently, yeah. I haven't gotten it yet. I'm very convinced I will. So it's gonna be screaming even more in like a few days. It's not even for like the combat part. I want it for the background. That background goes hard, okay? It's the same thing for two other gacha skins. I want Moran's one because of the lobby background. I want Scarlet's for the lobby background. I want Viper's for the lobby background. Do I prefer their actual skins in combat? No. There are other things I prefer. But the lobby background goes so hard, I want it. Though Scarlet's skin, like in general, is also cool. I like it in general. Viper's, it's eh. The burst is the reason there. Moran's is good in both directions. I just prefer her dinosaur outfit. It's cute. There's a hole, there's a goal. I'm not gonna... No, not the hole in my wallet. That is not a goal. Do not make that a goal. Don't violate my wallet. I'm violating enough as is. I'm the one who violates it. Your holes are my goals. Okay, you stay away from some of my holes. Got it. I don't want some of my holes to be violated. They can be... Can you violate me? I can violate you, yes. Just don't violate some of my holes. There are certain things that shouldn't be explored in the human body. Sad face? No sad face. Okay, what is our hard mode scene? I feel like we're gonna die if we return to the outpost. Because remember, chat, we're still hiding on the surface because everyone's trying to kiss us. Yes, sad face? No sad face. You poor boss node, you're only gonna last 3 seconds. Not even. You're only gonna last 1 second. It took one shot from Cindy and it's dead. It finally happened. The seed that I planted has sprouted. Oh. Tis most surprising that you can flourish in the cold. Even on such a frigid day, the vitality of this plant remained unabated. I admire that. If the commander got any dirt on his clothes, even Scarlet is calling it a plant. Scarlet is not calling me a plant. I'm not being referred to as a plant. She's talking to her crops. I am not a plant. May you never wither and continue to thrive. This year, I brought in the new year with someone else. I was finally able to uncork the sake that I had never been able to open before. That sake is over 100 years old, chat. That sake that we had promised to drink together all those years ago. Scarlet raises her empty glass. Perhaps due to the fact that it had been aged for nearly a century. It was rather bitter. And that was despite my newfound affinity for drinking. It brought me back to when I drank for the first time with you, Rose. If I had been drinking alone, I would never have picked up the habit, because it was so bitter. But thanks to having him there, I continued to force it down. My lord, he is truly a remarkable individual. It's almost hard to believe that someone so perfect could live in such an imperfect time.
坊ちゃんのことを考えていたらまた会いたくなってしまったぞ。
You completely misheard Crocs as Crocs, and the idea of any NIKKE wearing Crocs is just funny. Crocs. I don't... No, one of them do. One of them wear Crocs. I can show you later. One of their skins have Crocs. Unless you're talking about the animal. Thank you, my lord. I want to see him again.
そのうちまたいい酒を持って遊びに行かねば。
I should take some of the fine sake and go see him sometime soon. Are we dead? Are we safe? Have I been pummeled by all the females? In the afternoon, I went to train outside. Then,
バラ？
a rose. I saw the flower that you found so endearing.
あれだけ探しても見つからなかったのに。
Despite my years of searching, I never found it.
こんなところに咲いていたのか。
Yet here it is, here of all places.
朝に見た新芽もそうだが。
This morning I saw those buds coming up from the ground.
寒さに負けず、よく生きているものだ。
Even in this frigid climate, they are flourishing. Seeing that rose made me miss you more than ever. Scarlet sits down on a nearby rock. Oh, come to think of it, I have to put Fleeting Faded to good use. Scarlet unsheathes Fleetingly Fading. My original sword was taken to the base, along with your body. In order to survive on the surface, I had no choice but to use your sword. At first, I thought I would not be able to use it for long, since the blade was cracked. But I met a skilled blacksmith, who was able to temper the blade, using your core. He always said that nothing lasts forever, but even after all this time had passed, whenever I see the sword, I think of you. Now that I think about it, they took her sword and Rose's body, which I assume was used to experiment on by the VTC. Which means the current Rose uses Scarlet's old sword, and her current corruption state under Mirror is probably a result of that. Wonderful. So long as I never let you fade from my memory, should we ever meet again, I will be able to call you my sister, should that moment come to pass. Scarlet places the 2 empty glasses on the ground and fills them up. I wonder, will you still call me your sister? Animation! Scarlet, know that she does. She does indeed. This is a bit loud. So pretty. It's funny because one of the reasons she wears the ridiculously large hat, aside from the samurai outfit, is to hide the halo that's above her head. Because she can't exactly get rid of that. That's just part of her as like a mass-produced melee unit. She's hiding it with her hat. Just as the moon sets time and time again. The sun also rises.
花に10日の紅なしとは言うが、この命はまだ
Although there may be no perennial maybe no perennial flower that blooms eternal, this life of mine is still flourishing in all its majesty.
月日を忘れて咲いているのが幸か不幸かはわからぬけれど、
As to whether it is a blessing or a curse to bloom while forgetting the past.
咲いているなら生きていかねば。
As long as I'm here,
そうだろ
I suppose I have to go on. Isn't that right?
姉さん。
My dear sister. New year, new sword end. Anyways, that was my introduction to NIKKE. That has resulted in a 4-hour VOD, Jesus. I know I was yapping in between, but still. That is Scarlet's event. I don't remember exactly, let's see here. Event schedule. Yeah, that was the new year of 2023 to 2024. When was Lionheart? Because Lionheart was when I joined. Where did Lionheart go? And now it's up here. Lionheart, there it is. Yeah, January 2024. It was right after that event. I think I joined, like, at the very end of the New Year event, so the skin was still running, like, barely for a few days. Or at least the skin for Noise at the time. I don't... Yeah, Scarlet's Gacha skin was the year after that. So Noises was running, then I joined during Lionheart. I joined at the start of 2024. And it's already been more than 2 years. How time flies. It doesn't feel like I've been playing this game for 2 years. I don't know how long it feels though. I've lost track of time. Time isn't real. Anyways, before we end, you mentioned Crocs. I remember one person off the top of my head that wears Crocs. I need to confirm if another one does or not. They are both summer units. Surprise, surprise. Well, I wouldn't say summer units, summer skins. Crocs were mentioned. Indeed they were. So I believe in Rapipi's summer outfit, she has these weird shoes. Someone else wears actual Crocs though. Rapipi has like weird half Crocs. It doesn't have the front, but they are in the shape of Crocs if you look at her shooting pose. She has sandal Crocs. I believe there's one person with actual Crocs though. I don't think I have them. I don't have many summer units. Is it egg? It is egg. I remember correctly, chat. You see those? These are in Crocs. And she put the brace on the front. She does not want those on her I don't remember what part of the body that's called. Plant. I'm not a plant. Yeah, she is the wearer of Crocs. That's a lot of ass. I need to get her. For fellow commander, she is the best water buffer in the game. And me, stupidly, skipped her because I was trying to get Summer Dorothy at the time. The plant says otherwise. Ignore the plant on my head. That's an accessory. It's not part of me, obviously. I need to get her. Like, of the NIKKEs I don't have seasonal, more seasonal. Arcana's just here. I need to get her. Snow Crane's just here. More seasonal. Mint and Preek I need to get. The current banner person, then the Chainsaw collab, which I really wish they rerun Chainsaw Man collab because I want them for collection purposes. It pisses me off that I can't get them anymore. But I wasn't playing the game at the time that they ran this, so there's no way for me to get them right now. How free player friendly is NIKKE? Free to play. Very. If you want reference, the only money I've spent on this game is for skins. And most of them are not the passes, because if you're buying the passes, you get the skin and resources, right? Like this pass. You get pulling tickets and other resources. Most of my skins are gacha, if not like special pass. I have very few pass skins. I don't use money on polling or resources, so if you want to know how free-to-play friendly it is, yes, very much so. You just need to save up for certain banners. If you pull every banner, obviously you're gonna be broke. But I have not spent any money on pulling. And I'm a collector, which means, if you do it right, you can technically get every single NIKKE and build them to endgame potential without using any money. If they did, they would add Reza and you would spend money. Oh, definitely if they rerun Chainsaw Man, they would add Reza. Definitely. So many people like her. That's another reason I want to see it, because if they reran it, they're gonna do two versions, the old version and the new version. They're gonna do it like they did it for I like how in my brain the Eva opening started playing. Meanwhile my brain's like, what was the name again? Just the opening started playing. It's like, what's it called again? Eva. They did that with Eva. I would pull for all of them just so I can have them. Here's the thing, you're too lazy to read? There's a skip button. There's some people who play NIKKE who don't read anything. They just watch other people play to get the story. Because they don't want to do it themselves. Right? So you watch a streamer, or some other content, you get the story through that by listening. But when you're playing it, you can skip all of it. Some people do that. But you would feel bad if you skip everything. It's your choice. Right? It's your choice. You can skip the story parts if you already know them. Then you can like save the bonding parts if you want to read through a certain character's story. You can skip what you want to skip. The voice actor's efforts, yeah. Also depends on which voice over you go with. English, Japanese, or Korean. Some people play on Korean, and that's their choice. It's whatever you prefer. I, for one, would never go onto Korean because at that point my brain would activate on every single word. I don't need that happening. Because the way my brain works is because I learned Korean and English while growing up. If I hear Korean, my brain flips to Korean mode. I don't need to do that while trying to speak in English for the stream. It's very ironic because this game is made by Koreans. If you have never heard Korean Mustang, save your ears. Korean Mustang, it's something compared to English and Japanese. Did I call you a dummy in Korean? Why would I do that? You're not a dummy, Sap. You're not a dummy. I can tell you how to say it though, if you want us to call someone else a dummy. No, you're not a dummy either, Dima. How do y'all want to know? You're a dumbass? No, you're not a dumbass either. And this is why I don't teach chat words. Yeah, I'm not gonna teach chat that. That's it. What am I doing on the screen? Why am I here? It's showing chat crocs. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna wrap it up here. We have finished what we were trying to do, and currently we are waiting for the hard mode scene to come out for the Archranger event. So that's gonna be next week, Friday, I believe? Yeah, next week Friday should be when that's out fully. There is one thing to mention though in terms of NIKKE. If you are in the NIKKE community and your fellow commander, currently the popularity poll outfit voting is happening for Cindy. For Cinderella, my waifu, and there are 3 choices that you can pick from: schoolgirl outfit, bunny girl outfit, and maid outfit. Currently, schoolgirl outfit is losing by a hell ton. It's not gonna win. It's kind of sad because that's the only one with a ponytail. There is a war happening between the maid outfit and the bunny girl outfit right now. But maid outfit is pulling ahead. The gap is getting wider each day. But if you are a fellow commander and have not voted yet, that is happening right now. We are calling them Mindy and Bindi on the Reddit. Personally, I like Mindy. I like the maid outfit design. I can see why people are voting for the bunny girl, but in my opinion, it's a little too simple and similar to her base outfit. That's my argument. I'm not gonna call them gooners. It's just the outfit itself is a little plain to me. I like the refined taste with the maid outfit. But realistically, they are kind of gooners because their argument right now for people to vote for it is that the other 2 aren't going to show her ass because they're wearing skirts. Anyways, I rest my case. We're gonna write out to someone else playing NIKKE. Let's see here, where's my browser? Opera, cause some lag. The outfit argument in the community, especially on the Reddit and the Twitter, it's very brain rotty. Because it's like, schoolgirl outfit, they're just crying in the corner because they know they're not gonna win. There's not enough votes for it. It's a perfectly fine outfit though. She's in a ponytail. She looks beautiful. Very unfortunate we're not getting it. Bunny girl, the only thing they're really saying is that we can't get a bunny girl unless we vote for this one, for Cindy, because bunny girl is only Tetra. counter argument. They said in the update notes for the future that they are going to make bunny girl outfits for other factions because people have been asking for it. Shoot that case down. The other one is they want her whole ass on display because the skirts are notoriously known to cover the ass in the shooting pose. At that point, I give them a horny bonk. It's like, bruh, is that the only reason? Meanwhile, the maid outfit one is like, the story fits the best, like, it fits her image the best. Like, their arguments are those, which is... It's wholesome, also fair enough, logical. Thank you for the stream, thank you for being here. Where am I? Where's the tab? I'm swimming in tabs. I don't even have that many tabs compared to other people. There it is. Okay, same category. Who else is commandering right now? That's Japanese, that's another Japanese. Where are we headed? Someone's playing through chapter 35. It's another Japanese. Oh, Yoshi's playing chapter... Is it chapter 21? We know Yoshi. Is there anyone else that we can support? That person's like competitive. Interesting. Chapter 35. Chill anime. That is a fancy model. Let's right into them, shall we? Rinny Bun. Very fancy. A lot of booba. A lot of booba. I'm staring respectfully, chat. Let's start that raid. Chat, be well behaved, please. I ask of thee, be well behaved. Obviously, no spoiler warning. No, wait. English. No spoilers for the person, because they are behind in story compared to where we are, so none of that. Chat, be horny? No. I will say though, their model, it's very easily hornyable anyways. Don't tell them to say that. I'll be back next week on the usual days. In terms of time on Monday, it's probably gonna be a little different because I think I'm being dragged into something. Until then, hopefully everyone has a good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you are. Take care of yourselves. Playing Ark? Okay, I need to test that before we do that though. I assume same time. I appreciate everyone that stopped by, especially the lurkers. I'll be back on Monday, probably 4 PM PTD in that case. Question mark with Ark if it works with my sub. I need to test that over the weekend. Until then, I'll see you next time. Reading in 3, 2, 1. Bye bye!